Hello and welcome back to the Borgata Casino Hotel and Spa in Atlantic City, New Jersey. We're back to continue our coverage of the Borgata Spring Poker Open here in 2026. We are going to be returning for the final six in our Super Deep 6 Max Championship here. We just had our payouts on the screen. I'm Matt McNeil, Whitesmith or the Blacksmith, joined by a pair of both live and online poker players here. We'll do some introductions with them in just a sec. We'll meet the table. We have MGM Ambassador Mike Lavin from Yardley. We have my colleague introducing.
We have Ricardo Eyzaguirre from Miami, Florida.
Thank you. I don't have the ability to roll R's, so thank you for getting the name correctly. We have Alex Petrucelli from New York.
Yesterday night for a little bit. He's a good guy.
We have Chris Basile from Laurel Springs, New Jersey.
Yeah, he's a good kid also. I like him a lot. I just recently met him, like last time I was here in Borgata. He's pretty awesome.
Continue with Cenk Cerci from Connecticut, originally by way of Germany and or Turkey. I think he has a lot of family in Germany, was born in Turkey. And last and certainly not least, Robert Bob Hwang, also from New Jersey. Those are the six that'll be joining us today as we play down to a winner this afternoon down at the Borgata, and again, this Super Deep 6 Max Championship at the Spring Poker Open. Again, I am Matt McNeil, Whitesmith or the Blacksmith, depending on who and where people would know me from. Joined by, let me get this right. It's Lucas Bernoulli, not Lucas Bernois.
Excellent.
And
yes.
Justin Peeler from the Uncapped Poker Podcast. A couple online and live players in the area who have recently been doing a lot of interviews with a lot of the community, both cash and tournament players. Welcome in, guys.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Grateful to be here. Great introduction there. Happy to jump in and see some action today and get to watch our boy Mike Lavin, see what he's capable of doing at this FT.
We'll get started here. In our first hand, I believe our graphics are going to be slightly delayed, but we'll see Bob bringing in some chips. We'll get caught up on the action in just a moment. BetMGM Ambassador Mike Lavin, we're going to see a lot of folding from him today. That is to be expected. But that's not an intentional needle, as you'll see Ricardo and Alex have very large stacks of chips, so they're on his direct left. Very understandable that he'll be in a position where they'll be able to put a lot of pressure on him. So I will be giving him grief for folds all day, but there's very, very understandable reasons for that. And we see Chris in our big blind here, it looks like, coming in as one of our smaller stacks. And there we are. We have the graphics and our chip counts getting caught up. So it does look like we had Cenk raise with the 6-5, Bob flat the King-Jack, and Alex flat the Ace-6 of clubs. 10-8-7 flop, a rainbow flop, open end for Cenk, gut shot for Bob, a gut shot for Alex, and a couple backdoor clubs for Alex as well.
Everyone getting a piece of this board here. Be interesting to see if the 9 does come. Giving Bob a higher redraw.
It's an interesting decision to bet this board for Cenk.
Cenk. It's spelled with a C, pronounced with a J.
Can't imagine Bob's going to be going anywhere yet.
At that price with that stack, we might see Alex also float as well. Gut shot and some backdoors to a nut draw.
Yeah, it's just enough to keep you in.
Closing the action too.
With his chip stack, do you ever think about a raise?
With the dummy end to the straight, probably not. If you were open-ended or had the higher end, for sure, becomes a consideration.
We are going to get 3 to the turn. Queen of Hearts is a fun card for this board interaction. Bob now with an open end. Cenk still the lower end of the open end, and Alex the lower end of the one gut shot.
Yeah, I'd say this is a pretty bad card for Cenk. I don't think, especially when they both continue, it's hard to imagine going large here, but he does.
He grabs some chips, and that looks like it's going to be 325 425. I'm not sure if I missed 425. The whites are going to be 100,000 chips. The red 25K, and I believe the blue are 5.
I played with Cenk on day 2. He's definitely an aggressive player, not afraid to go for it. And if big stacks collide, he's okay with that.
We'll see. Looks like some mini collisions so far. Bob picking up more outs here.
So Whitesmith, what would you? This is worth half of Bob's stack. He has an open ender now, an overcard. How would you navigate a spot like this?
We discussed last night, and it was pretty well agreed upon that I'm the worst player in Pennsylvania. So I don't know that I'm the expert opinion on this. But what would I do? If I have a history and I know that Cenk is going to be a little bit looser, that has the ability to barrel without it, obviously we can see the 6-5, then I might windmill it in. There's the concern with the overcall from Alex. The overcall from Alex could be, queen, jack, king, queen kind of hands with backdoor options. I think if he was that strong, we might have heard from him pre. And I think that if he had significant strength, pair, and draw, we would have seen a raise from the small blind. So I think the only thing we'd be concerned about for Alex would be like a queen jack, maybe a queen 8 suited, something like that.
Proceeds with call here.
Yeah, I probably would think windmill it in or fold, but you also do have Chris on a shorter stack than you as well going into the hand. And now we do get to the river with just the 2.
Big river coming.
Yeah.
Not much on that river.
The pot is so bloated now.
Bricks out.
I mean, does Cenk
It's the third pot. There's there shouldn't really be able to be any bluffs for Cenk here. Like
I guess he's
what is he gonna fold? What is he gonna fold out except for exactly king jack? What is he gonna fold out for a third pot?
He could target some 10x here that has to go call, and like 10-9 has to call.
Does 10x have to go call when there's a player behind him?
There's not too many 10x that you're going to be in calling the under the gun raise from the beginning. It's just, I think we're just going to go
here. Bob has the best hand, but it's going to be hard for him to think he has the best hand here.
I know. He's going to think that he's going to have to bluff to win. Is he going to give up and not go for it?
It's scary to bluff in these situations because you're not.
It's the same thing though.
You don't have a lot left
pot.
to bluff for. You're only really folding out air.
It does go check.
Goes to showdown.
Bob is going to love this.
Bob is loving that.
The one hand that Cenk had to worry about that would actually go call that he could have gotten to fold on that river.
Cenk's probably beating himself up for
it's
just not.
Tough though. It was a third of a pot, and the guy left himself. 400 or 500.
Action first hand there though. Here we could see the chip counts. Alex coming in as chip leader. And Bob giving himself a bit of space here, putting himself into the middle of the pack.
Chris, even on 15 big blinds. Now, being that we're starting 6-handed and we have the big blind ante, that can get tight pretty quickly. But 14 big blinds is perfectly reasonable of a stack. And Lavin sitting there at 26, perfectly reasonable of a stack. One double, and either of them are in fantastic or very healthy or fantastic position for moving forward today.
Absolutely. Anybody that plays tournaments enough, they know that 14 bigs is very maneuverable, and you just wake up with a couple hands, you double up once or twice, you're right back in it.
I gotta say, I'm digging Lavin's card protector there. Squirtle playing the saxophone. It looks like
that is a Lavin classic, and you notice that's not a card protector. That's moved out to get screen time. Both of our big stacks fold, so we fold all the way around to our blinds. Chris on a short stack again, 14 bigs in the small blind, picking up a fun hand, but maybe not a great hand. Does come in for a call. And Cenk with another named hand as well.
I mean, given how I've seen Cenk, even the first hand, I think we might see a raise here with the 10 do so.
Could definitely go for an ISO here.
He can.
It's also under 15 bigs.
There you go.
Finds it.
Snap fold.
Takes it down.
Good aggression there for Cenk.
Cenk definitely not afraid to go for it, as we can see. Willing to fight for every pot. It's going to make for a fun FT.
I think we do have the ability to have VPIP graphics, and I think as the day goes along, it'll be fun to see where some of this table falls. based on chip position, I expect that Lavin will be on the lower side of that.
Yep.
But I'm curious to see how Ricardo navigates with Alex on his left. And then Cenk, we've obviously seen right off the bat, no problem mixing it up. So I'm curious to see where those VPIP numbers will look like in just a little bit.
Cenk's in a real nice spot, too, being to the left of one of the short stacks and the chip leader. So
Yep.
he's got pretty good table position there.
Here's a king-jack for Ricardo. We are going to get a min open to 100,000.
Oh, this is interesting with the deuces.
What do you guys think? Big stack chip leader here with deuces.
I think he can call. I think there's.
That looks like more than a call.
I think that you can do both. I think that 3-betting or calling is probably appropriate. You could play in position with, low pocket pair like that when you have such a big chip lead. What are your thoughts, Luke?
Yeah, the one thing I would say is with the short stack on his direct left, calling the squeeze is always a concern coming in from the short stack from Chris, but with 3-bet you avoid that situation. It's a lot harder to come over the top when you see a 3-bet in front of you.
Folds back to our original raiser Ricardo, who's not going to mix it up, and exactly that. The 3-bet kind of it forces the action from both of those small stacks. Well, I guess Bob's not as small of a stack now as he was when he was coming in, thanks to that chip up, but forces the action on Chris. It's either no option. It's either the all-in or fold. He's pretty much committed himself to call that. He's not going to put in half of Chris's stack and then fold. And it definitely gets him off to a good start here as we see Alex chip up, get her off to a good start, chip up to a little over 5.6 million.
Yeah, I guess taking the 3-bet line, taking the aggressive action tends to be the best move, especially as chip leader. And when there's a lot of pressure on Ricardo, he's going to have to overfold a lot.
Ricardo, looking at Alex, when he saw a hand that I think later position, Ricardo's going to want to open, staring Alex down a little bit into the hand right at the bat before folding, very likely looking to not just get 3-bet over and over off of opens from whatever position that he may make. And Alex opening king 4 of clubs. Our short stack Chris picks up an ace king, and we've got one action only.
Yep,
Gets it in pretty quickly. Unless someone wakes up with something here, we'll get it through.
Well, do we know that? Do we know Alex's playstyle? Alex is deep enough, and it should be, 10 bigs, 11 bigs to call.
I still don't think it's going to be...
I'm not saying that it's a call that I would make, but...
He's going to check to see how much it is, just to make sure he's making...
Alex is on about 115, 117 bigs, I believe we saw.
At the same time, there's also...
future game consideration.
Yeah, so there's also, you want to keep a shorter stack around. It benefits Alex to keep Christopher in on a short stack.
Pretty much ties up Bob, Lavin, and Ricardo by doing exactly that.
Those are the stacks that are going to feel the squeeze the most.
But nice little chip up for Chris, up to just shy of 900,000.
Alex waking up with a real hand here.
Ace queen of spades for Alex.
Comes in here for just over min.
I think Cenk gets creative here. The 8-4.
I think Cenk just mucks. Don't want to have too much confrontation here with the chip leader when you're second in chips. And they're also really deep stacked too, so.
Ooh.
Lavin here
with
with
the
an
king,
interesting
queen.
decision.
I mean, he's facing an under-the-gun open from the chip leader. I think we're not going to see anything more than a flat if he's going to bring anything into the pot here.
I think
There he goes.
okay.
And Ricardo here.
I mean, I think more than enough to defend the big here.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Easy defend.
We'll take 3 to the flop. That's a fun flop right there. Top pair for Lavin, bottom pair and a club draw for Ricardo, and Alex, our original raiser, with a spot of under the gun open. Are we going to see aggression? But no pair, just a backdoor Broadway with the 1 over with the ace.
Had the best of it pre-flop, but now he is going to slow down.
Check through. 9 of diamonds on the turn brings in a lot more options too. Several more draws, another flush draw.
Very dynamic board here.
Do we get a double check out of Lavin? What do you think?
I think with the double flush out, I think he has the go-ahead to go pretty big here.
It can be awkward, though, leading into 2 players out of position. It's very hard.
We just saw him go 225, so a little over half pot. You did say go a little bit on the larger side. He does go over half pot.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go a little bigger. Again, it's an interesting dynamic. You are leading into 2 players in a big spot.
Ricardo does flat behind with the pair of 3s and the clubs.
I think Alex just has an easy fold here.
A frustrating fold when you've got that pretty of a hand, but a fairly easy fold considering the action.
Big river coming.
3 on the river that's a rough one for Lavin here. He's got about a pot behind, and Ricardo snuck in the trips.
That is such a disguised card too. It's not like a club comes. It
looks like a pretty big brick.
In Lavin's mind, that is a huge brick.
All the straight draws brick, all the flush draws brick. You have definitely top pair. That's going to be the best hand.
Yeah, and
question is, what does he do here? Does he save some chips or does he go for all of it?
In Lavin's head, he has to think he just has the best hand here almost every time.
He leaves himself a little bit behind. Now, flatting out of the small blind brings in like 9s or something for him as well, right?
Pretty quick all in for the rest of it. Lavin has
he knows that king
200K behind.
He
that
knows
face
that
says
king
it all.
shrinks.
He is disgusted.
That's just such a mean river for him. Like you said, it's so disguised.
It's so disguised.
He's got to think, too, that he doesn't lose to King 9 either, because King 9 probably fast plays the turn.
Yeah, and maybe sets of 6s, right, and sets of 3s. So,
I mean, the 3 with the club makes perfect sense.
You would have to put him exactly on that, I think.
Yeah, or 6s full.
Or 6s, yeah.
Now, in Lavin's mind, is he ever thinking, does he just ship like King Jack, King 10?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. So, I mean, I guess he's going to have to go through all his considerations here. But it's also like, what does he have? I mean, I guess like ace-3 clubs.
I mean, they're defending the big blind there. There's plenty of options, right? You know, coming from me, I'm defending any deuce 3, 3, 4, 5, 3, ace 3, king 3. You know, a suited king 3 isn't going to slow down on the turn.
It's true. It's true.
And the king 3 of clubs isn't available. But, you know, there's a number of ace 3 with the clubs, and he does get away from it. Wow.
Big time fold there
That's
by Lavin.
Big time. Very disciplined.
Look at that.
That was a great clip. So.
Great fold.
That's going to cripple MGM ambassador Michael Lavin down to 4 big blinds, but going onto his button and going to have a number of hands to choose from.
Yep.
He gave himself a fighting chance this way.
He gave himself a fighting chance. He left a few bigs behind, got jammed on, and found a really good fold. I think a lot of players would just end up just sticking it in. But you know.
What's great with the sizing that he chose is it pretty well commits himself. It's enough that if he gets called and he's ahead, he's not missing that much value.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it does leave him enough behind that he shouldn't be getting raised. Like, there's very, very few raised bluffs there. Like,
Yep.
finding a raised bluff is one of the most disgusting things ever if you can actually get it to work, if you pick out exactly king, queen, king, jack
Yep.
in the hand. You know, so he does leave himself the chips behind to fight back with a little bit, potentially.
He left himself a chance.
Yep.
Interesting fold there by Chris under the gun with the ace-4 suited. He's in a pretty tough spot.
He's doing the best job he can.
Lavin here. Off of 4 bigs on the button. Folds to him.
Okay, he goes
With
on.
the
all of it
king,
in.
makes
That's
sense. Makes sense, especially
With the big blind ante.
big blind ante. I mean, it's not a. It's gonna be pretty close to any 2 for Alex, but there's a non-0% chance that there could be some folds for him. For Alex.
Yeah, again, Alex might want to keep Lavin in. Like, there is incentive now. You see players leaving. You see chip leaders leaving some players with very little chips because it benefits them so much. Like, look at Christopher. He folded ace-4 suited under the gun. Like, if Lavin's not there, he probably doesn't do that. So
Ricardo here finds the flat out of the small blind. Someone who definitely
He
Wants that ladder.
wants Lavin out.
Yeah.
Ricardo wants Lavin out.
yeah,
Now, Alex has got to be priced in for this. And there we go. We are going to be three-way all in for, three-way in our main pot with Mike Lavin all in. We'll have a side pot starting now. Looks like our main pot is going to be 660,000. So should Lavin, and gets a really clean flop for him.
It's a clean flop.
Jack 2-2 is not going to give anyone a pair. He's not going to get any ISOs out of this, we would expect.
can expect to see this check through a lot.
And now, if he can manage to dodge the 3-4 queen or 10, and you can see he's about 50-50 to do so, then he would be back up over 10 bigs.
goes check, check, turns a 7.
7 is fantastic for him because that
Yep.
takes Alex completely out of the picture. He would now be drawing to just trying to dodge the queen and the 10. And
Yes.
again, we'd bring him right back up to 11 bigs.
Yep.
Jack on
Yep.
the river is going to do
And
that.
he's got the winner.
We're
gonna see-
gonna see check, check. We're not going to see anything. Lavin's now going to be right back in this.
Christopher's not going to be a fan.
No, neither is Bob.
375.
I'm going to see a
Oh.
bluff into a dry side pot here.
A bluff into a dry side pot. Is it a...
Default because I have the nut left.
Showdown here.
And Lavin's just right back in it.
11 big
He's right back
blinds,
in it.
and the dream is alive for Mike Lavin's, what I'm going to go out on a limb and say probably not the biggest spot he's ever been in live, but still the first time I think since his announced MGM ambassadorship that he's been on an MGM streamed final table.
Yeah. I think this means a lot for him. He likes to represent MGM, and I know that he really wants to win a big MGM live event. So I know he's out there fighting his hardest. And
I believe it was this tournament that he jumped on an internal MGM call as like his introductory, as the official announcement internally of the MGM
Yeah.
ambassadorship during this 6-max. So now he is on that final table, and I mean, now back and healthy enough to
maybe it's meant to be.
One double, and he would be
Right
back
back
up.
in it.
Yeah.
This is what the best players do. They always give themselves a fighting chance at these
Yep.
FTs. So let's see if he can continue spinning.
Cenk
Cenk here.
with the ace-9, going to bring in the raise under the gun.
Yep.
After the last couple hands, Cenk now has jumped ahead of Ricardo in chips. Alex in the small blind going to wake up with a very nice ace-jack suited. In a lot of cases, I'd be a little concerned about the under-the-gun raise, but we've seen Cenk we've seen Cenk now, and if you have any history with Cenk and the aggression, that it might not be as quite as big of a red flag of the under the gun raise here.
Yeah. I think Alex probably just calls here.
Those are raising chips.
Yeah, those
welcome
are, again,
welcome to the booth. We are
again.
consistently wrong in the booth, so gonna fit right in here, Justin.
I just think Ace Jack suited plays so fine and getting through that jammed on.
I love the call, but I also we've seen Cenk open 6-5.
Yep.
You know, we've seen Cenk mixing it up. You know, we saw the 10 deuce. Now, a lot of this info is not going to have gotten back already. But if we're just seeing that already, I imagine if there's any history, this will be known that Cenk has the ability to do this.
And also, Alex is not afraid to get in the mix. We saw him 3-bet the deuces earlier, so he's not afraid to play big pots.
Gets through, takes it down.
Nice little chip up, and Alex back to about 5.4 million in chips. Good start to the day.
Yeah, I wonder if Alex would have proceeded different with that hand had somebody else opened.
Yep, it was exactly my thinking. With Cenk, we've seen that, and we haven't quite seen the same type of willingness, you know, the same range out of some of the others so far.
Lavin here.
King Jack, 11 big blinds, and
450.
I love this.
I love it too.
Leaves behind about the same amount. Just this time it'll be a little bit less because our blinds have since gone up to 30,000 to 60,000 with a 60,000 chip big blind ante. Leaves himself a little less than 4 big blinds, 3.5 behind, but same basic idea.
Oh. Alex waking up with the queens.
Alex picking up the queens on the button.
It's going to be interesting to see how Alex proceeds here. Can go with flat or maybe an ISO.
I think call makes a lot of sense here.
We're not getting calling chips there. Those are raising chips.
It's all right.
Likes to raise.
You get one of these right eventually.
Eventually. It feels so good when you actually get the call right.
Well, the reason why I like call with a hand specifically like this is it gives you room for like, so you have...
That was quick.
Cards are on their back.
Lavin wins these.
He's got
Lavin
33% here.
does commit the rest of his stack, all in and behind with the King Jack. But again, you see 33%. Alex ahead with the pocket queens.
There's the king
in the
but this-
window.
It's a sweaty one.
Alex picks up
Big sweat here.
the diamond draw. Lavin blocks the
Turn
nut, the
bricks.
royal. A
And the
jack
river.
or a diamond.
Wow.
Ace it on the river. Lavin gets the double from behind.
He finds a way. The patch gives him powers.
It's
The power of the patch.
That was a really fun flop right there.
Lavin did block the royal, so that the royal was not on the table, but still a fun one, and plenty of equity for Alex to have tried to claw back into that one. But Lavin doubles right back to 25 bigs. I think we heard him say right back to where he started the day.
Yep. Is just like that.
And like we said,
25 bigs.
he's right back in it.
From 4
We were-
bigs to 25.
We were saying yesterday, I don't think we'd seen Grun lose an all-in in a decade at the Borgata. I don't know. I know Lavin has taken his fair share of smackings, but I don't think I've seen him lose any all-ins down here at the Borgata. So that is going to continue. He folded before going all-in when he was behind and sniffed that out, and is 2 for 2 so far.
Yep. If you can win your all-ins, you're going to do pretty well in poker tournaments.
Yeah, especially if you can win your King Jacks versus Queens.
I gave him the good lie. I said Lavin wins those.
Apparently you did that to yourself, but on the flip side,
I did.
while we're going through the hand here, Ricardo is going to lay down the King 3. We will dive into the history of this tournament for the two commentators alongside me today. You guys were both in this, and got sat next to each other in day 2.
Yep.
We already missed you guys coming on this past Monday because, Lucas, you were on the final table of the opener.
Yep.
And we were sweating having you guys here today because you guys were deep in day 2, sitting next to each other. And what happened?
This is a good question. So I was short coming into day 2. I had like 20-something bigs.
Oh, we're talking stack, not height.
Yeah.
Okay, continue.
And I chipped down to like 12 bigs. I got it all in with ace-queen of hearts versus pocket nines. And I immediately said, oh, I win these. It's hearts. I would lose if it was spades, but it's hearts, so I win. Ended up doubling up, winning the pot. About an hour later, I have ace-queen of spades. I get it all in versus Lucas's nines. And the first thing I thought of was, oh, I said I lose these earlier with ace-queen of spades versus nines, and then lo and behold, he won with the nines. I tried to reverse it, but...
and not too long after that, I was knocked out, actually against one of the participants here at this FT, Christopher. Ace-queen versus his queens 10 minutes after, so ace-queen was the end of both of us. But we have an interesting blind v blind spot here.
Cenk opened pre, and Bob defended the big with the ace-10 here. Cenk with a great flop. 6-3-2, 2 clubs. Cenk with 4s and the 4 of clubs.
Baby pairs are hard to play, but this is a pretty clean flop without flopping a set. And Bob here sort of in a tough spot, 2 overs.
Ace-10 is a great hand in this spot a lot of the time, but
just going to be ahead.
But with Christopher's stack there, Bob choosing to keep that gap and not really commit more of a stack there is probably a very solid play if you look at ICM. I don't know ICM.
It's a good one. Thank you.
But it seems like that makes a lot of sense there.
Sometimes it's hard to navigate against a player like Cenk because it almost feels like every time you're in a pot with him, it's going to be relentless aggression. So sometimes, you're sitting with the ace-10. Oftentimes, that's the best hand blind v blind there. But
it could be 6-3, right?
You just choose to move on onto the next and not choose the battle in that situation.
And after Lavin finds that double, Chris is now in last pretty comfortably.
And still 1 double away from being, right back and very healthy.
Yeah, and he still has a very playable stack. He's not in panic mode yet.
No, and we're deep enough that the blinds aren't coming around quickly enough to be crippling him quickly. He'll have the ability to find some hands to try and find either some blind steals or that double. He is still sitting on 12 big blinds.
Or a ladder.
Or a ladder. I mean, ladder's very possible with the way chips have been moving so far today. Just a moment ago, we did see the payouts on the screen. I wanted to acknowledge, I know there were a few people that had asked about that in chat. The 6 people have all locked up just shy of $7,000 so far. First place prize is $38,275. Going to see Cenk steal some blinds with the button aggression. Not much for Lavin to defend with there.
And not only a lot of money up top, but also beautiful, beautiful trophies at stake here as well.
We can see them in the background, the very crisp, clean MGM trophy on the left and the classic Borgata on the right. We were talking before the stream, you asked about that, and we've brought that up. I said we've brought that up on these streams many times. We'll start with you, Justin. Do you have one of those that you would prefer to see on your mantle if you had to choose one of them?
So it's funny, before we even talked about this today, Lucas was asking me yesterday or 2 days ago, and my original thought was the MGM one, but then I had the same thought that you had, like the Borgata Hotel is such a classic. There's so much history with that trophy and with just everything it represents. I don't know. It would be. I'm happy they get both because it would be really hard to choose. But I would probably have to say the Borgata Hotel just because of the
history.
Yeah,
you said the history.
Of it.
It's one of those, like, if someone saw that and they played here 20 years ago, they would recognize that. What about you?
It's got to be the Borgata one for me. You're driving into AC, you just see the Borgata. And it's hard to miss.
I mean, that MGM is crisp. It's not to take anything away from that.
Oh, it's lovely.
I would love to have that one because that's going to be something that you can see from afar, and like we can actually see in the lighting here, the backlit of the Borgata takes away a little bit of the definition. It kind of highlights the MGM one. It can look crisp, but man, I would love to just needle some of the old heads with the Borgata trophy.
Just want to give a shout out to the producers for that beautiful background there. Did an awesome job with the set.
It's a really fun corner here. It's set up in a way that really highlights the table, the action. It's very, very well lit on stream. It looks clean and crisp. Nice little sitting area both inside and outside the tournament area here. And also kind of tucked back in the corner where we're not really bothered by a lot of the traffic and noise.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really nice setup.
Our action is going to fold here to Ricardo in the small blind, who's going to complete.
Quiet table.
Still waking up.
I've been wrong about guessing Alex's action, but I was going to say pretty comfortable check there. But
And we do get the check.
Yeah.
And oh, that's a fun flop. Queen 10-8, 2 spades, top pair, and a backdoor flush draw for Ricardo, and open end for Alex.
Yeah, what? That could be a still.
Ricardo goes with the check, and Alex grabbing some betting chips here.
80K?
Just over one big blind there.
Lucky we didn't
What's
have.
that?
Seems
And then
fine.
2 men.
Obviously, Ricardo not going to go anywhere. Blind v blind, top pair.
Yeah, I like that from Ricardo because you don't want to be getting raised and bloating the pot with just the queen there. Now another queen
trips.
puts Ricardo in a much, much better
Yeah.
spot.
Now, Whitesmith, if let's say Ricardo checks, if you're Alex, are you going to continue betting? Or he's going to
I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about that. We're going to get the lead from Ricardo.
It's an interesting lead.
230, 235.
What are your thoughts on leading the turn, Lucas?
Both players have a good amount of Queen X here.
I think that there's so many draws.
There are a lot of draws.
Spades, a whole bunch of gut shots. He only blocks the. He's
okay.
incredibly fortunate. He
Wow.
actually blocks the bottom end of.
He makes the fold.
Alex's
okay.
range. Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes the fold with the open ender. Very
I
disciplined.
live
And
about a half hour.
There's not a
didn't-
whole lot of cards that he's really gonna like. Even if he hits,
Yeah.
it's not getting the nut straight anywhere.
Just off the island.
And a lot of the types of
live like
hands that will
10 minutes off the
complete
island.
are either potentially already boated. I don't think we're going to get a lead with the boat,
Island's
but
nice.
blocking his straights.
Nicer outside
Yes.
of summer.
I guess what Ricardo's thinking there is
gonna start getting busy,
it's
yeah.
such a draw-heavy board that
no traffic
Yeah.
rather
once the
than
lights turn
allow
off,
him
yeah.
to check back with all those draws and realize his equity, he can
Yep.
just take the lead where a lot of those draws are going to call a bet.
You spend a lot of time there,
It's an
or-
interesting hand there.
Yeah, that's a very good one to think about from like a poker theory standpoint. And there's going to be a lot of different ways you can play that. Given the chip stack and dynamic at the table, I really like the check on the flop to not bloat it on the flop, and,
Yeah.
and the way that he played, I really do like that. It makes a ton
What
of
do you
sense,
like?
like what you said, taking the lead on the turn.
Oh, okay.
And that brings Ricardo right back up to just shy of 3.7, and we have the 3 stacks at the top getting a little bit closer, and the 3
Yeah.
stacks at the bottom with a little bit of a gap
I
down
haven't even
there.
heard of it.
But still,
know
we're all
Morristown,
relatively
but I
close,
haven't.
and a lot to play for.
It's really anyone's game.
The city people were.
We're bringing the cliches out this early.
It is. It really is.
I mean, they're cliches because they're true, though.
It's, especially in tournaments, like a chip in a chair, like another cliche. It's really all you need. You look at Lavin, who went from 4 bigs to 25 in the snap of the fingers.
We saw
3 hands.
that last night where Grun spun it multiple times from 4 to 6 big blinds back up, and he was on 30 going to heads up.
Yeah.
We saw our champion last night had gone from chip leader all the way down to, I think, short stack at about 10, 11 bigs, maybe even less at one point, all the way back up and ended up taking home the trophy. It doesn't take that much, especially once you can get out of that immediate danger zone.
Mm-hmm. Lucas at the opener FT couldn't get anything going, but he was at that 6 big blind level for a while and
Yeah.
just couldn't
It
wake
just
up with it.
Hung around, and didn't keep hanging around at that point, and then just finally meekly bowed out.
Ooh, Lavin here with ace-king. All right, Jack.
Lavin going to open. Ricardo with the suited ace-5 is a hand that we'll often see the 3-bet here.
Often, yep. Now, he has Alex and Cenk behind him, so he can't just, like, rip it in, but I think we might see...
We are getting a call. I like that because of exactly what you just said, the 2 big stacks behind.
Yeah, it's an interesting hand.
Now, Cenk with the 10-5 off, that's great for Lavin, and that one of the 5s is going to be out. We'll see if Cenk decides to join as well. It's just a little too disconnected, even with two big blinds already committed to the pot. And we've got, you can see, it's over, what, 6.5 bigs in as we go to the flop here. Trip kings for Lavin. That's an ambassador flop right there. It's the power of the patch. With clubs, do you think he's going to check this?
I think he's just going to bet very often for small.
Looks like we're going to get, is that 75 or 100?
The king is such a good card for him in his range. He's probably, in his head, probably just range bet here. And just not going to get any action. I would have liked to see probably the 3-bet with ace-5 suited. I think that hand in particular, I don't know, what do you think, Luke? I think that...
Yeah, I think oftentimes you can fold out a hand like ace-10-0, ace-9-0, ace-9 suited, ace-8 suited.
Yeah.
A lot of these hands out of position.
I think you guys nailed why not to in this specific spot. I think in a lot of play that you'll see the ace-5 as a 3-bet, but you guys already addressed that we've got Alex and Cenk behind.
It is very hard with 2 big stacks behind.
To 3-bet into 2 stacks that are just barely covering.
I think it's harder to call, though.
Well, you've got a nut draw and you're playing in position.
Yeah, but you're also opening the door for them to squeeze.
And you know that's certainly going to happen sometimes. But I'm also flat trapping there with some of those big hands
That's
behind
a good
me
point.
as well.
Yep. Yeah. You ever flat like kings there? Queens?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Maybe not kings, but aces, sure.
Some work on the
Jacks, 10s, jacks, absolutely. Like the 9s, the jacks range, I'm probably going to look to flat. And then queens, kings, I'll probably put in the 3-bet, aces flat.
Interesting decision there. I think it folded to Chris.
Chris on his button with 12 bigs and the ace-5. And this is one, the big blind ante and scooping them means so much.
I believe he just opened folded,
He just folds. And you could see the pain on the face and doesn't want to get it in and get it called by worse. But I think with this chip stack dynamic, I would have loved to have seen it. We see now that it would have worked. But with Bob being short, Bob's call range is going to be much tighter. And he pretty much has to avoid Bob waking up with it and Cenk getting just enough to want to call.
Both options very viable there, being able to open raise and open jam.
Yeah, I think it would have been good to see something like what Lavin did of commit a good chunk of the stack and not all of it in case they both wake up with it and something crazy happens.
And again, that big blind ante coming into consideration, you winning more of the pot compared to online where it's just everyone antes up.
And you know, we can say that because we see the hands as well. It's easy for us to say that, you know, I would have loved to have seen the ace-5 go, but you know, with having to pick and choose spots, you know, that's one I would have loved to have seen. And you know what? If we say that and he does it, someone wakes up with ace king and we have our first
commentator's curse.
Exactly. That's why we're here and they're on the final table. And quite literally, you guys could have been on this final table and now you're here talking about it. So.
We don't got to keep bringing that up, though.
Oh, no, I will.
We were at the hotel.
Here we can see the chip distribution. Alex still in the chip lead.
And of course,
Cenk not too far behind.
It just happens.
Time to get ready. Meanwhile,
Chris in dead last here, but one double and he's back in it. He'll be in a tie for last place.
Basically tie for fourth and fourth.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird spot.
Exact 7 a.m. That exact spot. Makeup, even though I wasn't getting it done.
Yeah, some interesting battles, some interesting hands.
This is such a long day already.
I've done maid of honor
At this FT so far.
Once a piece.
Yeah, we've seen some chips going. We're actually starting to see them chatter a little bit on the table. It's a very quiet table to start the day, but a lively table in terms of our play.
Everyone's focused, yep. Six max tournaments are just so incredible. My favorite format, but I'm very biased with that.
We have past successes in these formats?
I think it's I
Or
used to
just
play
fun.
Six Max Cash. Like, I think that's when I started my poker journey with online Six Max Cash. So every time like there's a Six Max tournament, it just brings me back to those days for whatever reason.
We're going to see Cenk open the button with a king 8. Bob going to lay down the ace 3 in the small blind, and Lavin with 7s in the big blind. Curious to see how he chooses to approach this. We've seen Cenk's aggression already.
Yep.
So this feels like a really good spot to rip with his stack depth.
Yep. And we see the rip. Pretty standard here.
There it is, and it's gonna work unless Cenk decides to
Take a stand.
to take the stand with the king 8 off.
Roughly.
I think he's just trying to make him sweat a little bit here.
And you know, you've got to get the count. Make sure you know the numbers. Unless it's like very, very clearly obvious that he's got millions and millions and millions of chips in front of him.
That's fine.
It's worth getting the count.
Yeah.
Better safe than sorry.
I think he knows what he's doing, though. I think he wants to. He doesn't want to let people know he has an easy decision here. He just wants to give Lavin a little sweat, per se.
And Lavin with a nice little chip up to about 1.75 million chips. We have some comments about kids these days in the chat and the history of the Borgata. The Borgata's live poker history since basically the boom. It's one of the classic ones. So I'll defend us talking about the history. Of course, MGM as a company has been around a little bit longer than we've been playing poker down here. But
So many legends have walked through these doors.
Yeah.
Ivy.
So many stories.
Ivy being one of the better well-known ones, but lots of legends have played here.
We've had some big names here at the Borgata Winter Poker Open just this year. I haven't been down quite as much, for the Spring Poker Open, but as we have the main event coming up next week, I imagine we'll be getting quite a few names here as well for that.
Yeah, there's something really special about these Spring Opens, the Borgata Fall, MGM Borgata Fall Opens that happen here at Borgata, the live streams, and the community here is amazing. So if you've never played in an event like the Almighty or the Six Max or the main event, come down and
or
check
just
it out.
the dailies and the nightlies. Some of the most fun that I had in January was playing a double board bomb pot nightly tournament down here. It was like a $250 tournament, and people were having some fun, enjoying themselves, having a few beverages if that was your or their choice and preference. And yeah, we had a lot of fun, even just some of those smaller side events. And some of those smaller side events, I think there was a $400 daily that had, a 20K, 25K prize pool. Maybe, it had to have been more than that. There was a $400 daily that ended up being a 2-day tournament. It had so many people they came back and had to finish it the second day.
That's really funny. There's that good balance of fun and seriousness when these series run here.
They also have mixed game events running regularly. I'm not sure if it's every single day, but they had a mixed game leaderboard in January, and I think I saw a toe or a torse and a hoe tournament at the same time, or something along those lines earlier this week.
They had all the 3, 4, 5-letter acronyms going on this week.
You play PLO tournaments, Whitesmith?
I love 4-card. I prefer mixed pot 4-card.
Okay.
And Raz is probably my favorite of the mixed.
Old school guy.
No, I don't like 7 stud. And I don't like, I don't say I don't like it. I'm terrible at 7 stud, and 5-card draw is what I would think of old school.
Yeah.
But I love a good Raz, and I love a good split pot game.
Yeah, I guess Raz isn't so super old school, huh?
I don't know. We have Cenk raising from the hijack, Lavin picking up a Jack 10 suited on his button.
Just under 30 bigs here for Lavin.
A little bit deeper. A lot of options here. Three bet. Probably too much to go.
Too
for
much to
all
go
of it.
on. I was going to say call 3-bet. Both seem fine.
Yeah.
And this is okay. He goes with decides to 3-bet.
We are going to get a relatively small 3-bet, 5 big blinds. And this is the perfect hand to have targeted for this. Is right at that uncomfortable distance out of position for the ace-10 off.
Yeah.
And by 3-betting instead of calling, we're not going to see a 4-way pot, because I think we would have seen the 9-8 flat and the Queen-9 flat.
This is interesting for Cenk, because he can...
He
he
just
goes for it, yeah.
pretty much snap rips that, and Lavin snap folds that.
Yeah, interesting decision.
Not messing around.
Not messing around,
No.
Cenk. And again, he probably, Lavin just jammed his button open, and maybe he's just trying to take a stand. And
Well, Cenk is now the chip leader, and with Chris's stack, there's going to be a lot of folds. Some extra pip or 2 folds out
Yep.
of Lavin there we might see. Cenk, well, after that hand is now our chip leader. I believe was just shy of Alex going into that hand. And we do have a new name atop the chip count here, I believe for the first time today.
yeah, Cenk takes the tip lead. It's very close.
Yeah, still fairly collected at 2 different pockets. Chris one double up from being, like we said, right there with Bob and Lavin. And Ricardo, Alex, and Cenk right, within a million of each other or so. And Ricardo with a hand that's very often going to open a button, but not opening into 2 stacks covering him feels very, very smart, calculated, and disciplined.
Yeah, Ricardo and Lavin are
This
in
is
tough spots.
an all. Oh, I'm sorry. Is the small? I'm sorry. I had the positioning wrong. Alex gonna apply the pressure on Chris here.
No.
Put enough to make him all in the call.
Yep.
Oh, gonna
And he
make the
goes
call.
for a
Yep.
call.
See, about a 50-50. This is basically a flip.
Pure flip here.
Yeah, pretty standard spot here.
Alex ahead with the ace. Jack 10 is suited for Chris. Is all in and at risk for about 11 big blinds. He also posted that big blind ante, so 1.4,
Eight,
2 aces
yeah.
on the flop is gonna all but do it.
Yep. Good game.
Eight of clubs will send Chris Basile to the rail.
GG's to
6th.
Chris.
Very well played, Chris. I'm sure all week. I know you knocked out at least one of my colleagues. I'm not sure if you got any of the other bullets from them, but very, very well done, Chris Basile. $6,975 for 6th place here in the Super Deep 6 Max down at the Borgata in Atlantic City.
Yep. Well played.
Very well
Unfortunate to run into a7 there, too. I mean, Alex should be jamming a lot of things he's dominating, so with the 10-jack suited. So just a little unlucky spot.
Very unfortunate. Now Alex back to the chip lead. We have 5 left. Our next pay jump is going to be up to $8,700 and a little bit of change. We can see our short stacks are right around that 20 big mark, and more than enough chips, but 5-handed. Those big blind antes are going to come around quite quickly.
Yep.
Action here folds to Alex on the button with a 9-3 of hearts. We're going to see an open here. Looks like 165. Cenk with the dominating 10-3 of clubs in the small blind, or excuse me, in the big blind. Big blind only, no small blind this hand after the knockout.
This is an interesting open from Alexander. I mean, Cenk is not one to back down. I think
420.
this is
420.
We're going to see a
Wow.
3-bet here. 420.
Yeah, this Cenk does not
420.
like
He
to
said
fold.
420,
He
said
likes to
420.
battle and go for these spots. And he's basically telling Alex, you can't push me around.
Choosing a meme number as well.
Yep. Or Cenk just knows he has a dominating hand here.
can see through the cards and see that he's got the 9-3 dominated with his 10-3 and is doing this for value.
Do we think Alex fights back here? I mean, 10-3 suited, 3-betting. Who knows?
You know, if there's history, we've seen Cenk getting aggressive. We've seen Cenk snap ripping at ace-10. We've seen some of the opens and 3-bets so far. I'd be curious to have seen what was shown earlier in the tournament, what people will have seen in this play. But no, Alex is not going to fight back. If there's ever going to be someone that's going to find themselves into a 3-4-5 bet pot, it would be Cenk and probably Alex at this table from what we've seen so far.
Honestly, there's a piece of me that aspires to be like a Cenk. I mean, just baller and just go for it. If you have this feeling, then just go for it.
Hey, man, you never know the next time you might be on camera, so make this appearance count.
Just go for it. Yeah.
Looks like our blinds are going up. We're going to be at a 40,000 chip small blind, 80,000 chip big blind with an 80,000 chip big blind ante as well.
Ricardo here with the queen 10 of hearts.
We saw him fold the queen 9 on the button, offsuit. Queen 10 suited, we're going to see the raise.
Yep.
And it's certainly a mix of being a little bit, deferring a little bit to the big stacks next to you, but also not missing these kinds of raises.
Yep, of course.
Ricardo has a tough lineup to his left with the 2 covering stacks and 2 shorter stacks.
Yeah.
On the right. Yep. Cenk with an ace-7 in the small blind. I mean, from what we've seen,
wow.
I was going to say I'm a little surprised we're not seeing a 3-bet there.
Yeah, I mean, he found the 10-3 and folds the ace-7.
Now Ricardo hasn't played many hands, so it may just be giving him credit of he is raising into those stacks.
That's part of me was thinking.
Bob not going to defend the 8-7 here, and it's kind of a weird depth to defend or not when you've got Bob and Lavin right next to each other, where each big blind is really, really going to matter.
Yeah. Ricardo with 7s under the gun here. Hope we find an open with that hand.
Ricardo with our open here is going to fold around to Cenk on the button.
Cenk's getting thoughts. No.
Quick pause. And now to Lavin in his big blind with the king-6. And again, we'll see if he chooses to defend this. He does not. He lets this one go. And this is one where a little bit deeper, I think we'll see some more defends. But I think, again, with the chip dynamics between Lavin and Bob, so those big blind defends are going to, that range is going to tighten up quite a bit here.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like one of those hands where it's more of a 3-better fold. What do you think, Lucas? Like king 6-0?
Yeah, well, versus under the gun there, Ricardo's opening into 2 big stacks, so he's not going to be opening light either, so you might even want to pull from some higher
Offsuit
Maybe
ace
from
X.
some King 10-0, even Ace 10-0 type hands.
That's a great point. You see Alex, you know, with the ace deuce, he looked right over to Cenk before opening this up. He has to be considering you know, Cenk's not gonna respect. Cenk's not gonna back down.
Cenk's not going to respect a position as a raise.
Yeah.
He looks like he's ready just to play his game whenever he feels the hand deserves to be played.
Yep. And that's part of the reason why I think he 3-bet the 10-3 suited is essentially what he's saying is I will not let you. I'm not going to let you push me around just because you're now the chip leader.
Ricardo not defending as well. Nice pot for Alex, taking the blinds. And up over 5 mil right before posting those same blinds, this next hand.
7 weights? Yeah, I have 1.2, 1.3? 7 weights, yep. You got about the same 1.2? Yep. All right.
Getting some chip count on the table.
You talking golf earlier?
Yeah.
You play golf?
I do. I try.
Yeah, I tried to.
I was supposed to be playing this morning, but
Oh, yeah.
had to cancel.
Unfortunately, other things came up.
Yeah.
Where do you play mostly?
All over.
Yeah.
I used to be a member at Yardley. I didn't really love the course, and I don't have many options near me, so I just wind up driving to my friends wherever they are.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Too busy talking golf. Important stuff.
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of good courses around here.
Yeah, there really are.
Bob with the ace-3 suited off of, what is that, 17 bigs?
Just about. He's going to find the open here.
I heard Bob and Lavin talking golf, and Lavin had a 9 a.m. tee time today that he had to back out of because of this.
It's a good reason.
Table. It's a very good reason.
Scheduling conflict.
Yes. We do see the open from Bob, and Ricardo being
ooh, interesting.
Small blind, very
okay.
deliberate from the decision making.
I thought he was in the big blind, so that was my fault.
See how it has an SB and then a BB? It tells us what their positions are here.
What's your favorite around here?
I think I need to get a new prescription.
I play Blue Heron a lot. I have to play there
Interesting fold there by Alex.
Yep.
Giving the small stack a lot of credit for the open there.
Bob has, I don't believe Bob's played a hand since that King Jack hand at the very start, so maybe a bit of a read
Go
there.
up a little towards LBI. They have the
Maybe.
LBI
Putting some weight on that.
Okay, that's not one of my favorites.
Maybe he
But
just
it's
feels like he
close.
doesn't
Usually
have
I
to
play
defend.
The
that
junkie
wide.
courses like Ocean Acre, which
Yeah,
is like,
that's our
tight,
go-to Saturday morning down the shore course.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, listen, it's usually in like okay shape, and it's like, all right, whatever.
Good enough. It's fun.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yes.
You're out golfing.
Seems like some tension has lifted from this FT. It was very quiet earlier on.
Well, I know that it's not going to take much to get Lavin to talk about golf, and it seems like he found a mutual interest with Bob here. Bob now with the King 10 under the gun, and you could see kind of just deciding, is this something that I want to get in with, and he decides to lay that one.
Oh,
down.
you're good then. Okay.
Trending the wrong direction now.
Yeah. Okay.
Again, a bit on the tighter side there. King 10 offsuit.
I don't
Kind
go
of,
but I
hands
understand
back
why.
anymore.
Yep.
I shoot around 90 usually. I used to be like years ago. I played semi-competitively. I played on my team.
Blind v blind here, big stack versus
I
big
played high
stack.
school. Well, it was county college, so mostly playing for free.
Still counts.
These
for
two
free
are really
golf.
fun to watch, Alex and Cenk.
But
Yeah, and they've been going back and forth and battling, especially in these blind versus blind, or when we had the big blind only hands. And
It's a
Yeah.
Arnold Palmer design, very
think
private.
we'll
I don't
see,
know how we got on there, but it's fantastic.
we'll see quite a bit of
Yeah,
that throughout the
it's-
day if they keep these deep stacks.
And you see
And right
Alex
after I
like
left, they lost the privileges and had to go somewhere
taking
too,
the
so.
aggressive
I timed it
line
well.
here with raising.
our
I
whole
wonder
course was Rutgers.
if Alex would just limp if it was somebody else. Cenk is not going anywhere.
I think one of the first times we're going to see these guys heads up post flop, so
Yeah.
see what happens.
We've got a $500,000 in the pot. King 9-6, 2 clubs. Brings a pair of sixes for Alex. Backdoor club and
Guess I
straight
usually
draws
play
for
wherever
Cenk.
golf
No
now
pair.
has good rates.
But I don't think that's really going to matter what they have.
Their hot deal of the day.
Whatever
We're
the
see
hot
how
deal
we're going to
is.
see how they're
Hopefully
feeling on
Get a
these.
sponsorship.
Yeah, we'll see here.
We've seen that it doesn't necessarily require Cenk to have anything for him to put chips in.
Yeah, I mean, it's
played
like I
the,
really am in no
the-
man's
the
land.
winery
with
course
what he's going
around
to do, I
here?
have no
Well,
idea.
Yeah, I have. I think that's underrated.
What Cenk is
pretty
thinking.
good,
or-
yeah.
Kind of middle of nowhere, but
Is this
yeah,
going to
it
be
worked.
a
It's not bad
spot
at
that he
all,
takes a
I
stand,
remember
or
during COVID, it was one of the few
going to
courses
allow
that actually
Alex
had
to
tee time.
grab
Oh,
one
okay.
with his
I drive over
sixes?
for
Okay.
that a couple times.
Let me guess. I think he just
I
folds
didn't
here.
play golf. I mean, I played.
I think he allows
when
this
I was
one
playing like poker for a living for many
to get
years,
through.
I had free
You
time.
can tell, though, he's in
But then,
battle
like, all
mode.
night-
Oh, yeah, he doesn't
Yeah.
want to fold.
He wants to
hates
find a
it.
way to
It's like,
continue in this
then I had
hand.
no one to play golf.
It's a nice compliment.
It's
for
just, this
poker.
hand is so bad.
Get
I guess
outside for a
maybe he
little,
finds it because he has a club.
Usually works with the schedule.
So I spent years.
That's one,
when
the only reason
stopped
I can think of to
for several
continue,
years,
right?
and
And
I stopped playing
Or
golf for the
just
most part,
to
too.
battle,
Yeah.
just for the
Exactly
sake of
me.
battle.
And then I started golf again during COVID, and
Yeah.
I started poker again during COVID.
oh man, he's really taking a think here. He ends up
Finds
laying
the
it down.
fold.
This is going to let this one go. A different battle to be fought.
I feel like it pains
These-
him when he has to give up.
I golfed for like 15 years.
If
growing up.
Alex
It was
and
like my sport all through
Cenk get
high
heads
school.
up, it's going to be
Wish
one
I
hell of a
still
fight,
played
I'll
tell you
it.
that
I
much.
think the competition of it ruined my relationship with the
That's.
sport.
I think you could say that about a lot of sports, but golf's the one you probably want to keep going now. You know, and wish you didn't
So
get.
it's like unfortunate because like a lot of my friends now golf. It's like something they picked up after they did like baseball and like basketball and like all the other sports. And I was like, I wish I did because now I play volleyball.
Volleyball. I was gonna say. I remember you telling me.
So it's like I love now like the team sports, the camaraderie and everything. I would have loved that, and then like had golf as like a supplement to that now because now like when I play doubles or something, it's like
Yeah.
if you have like a bad hole, it's still on you to pull yourself out of that. Like there's no bigger motivation than not wanting to.
Now I'm getting into it.
We do team competitions like that. And I love the 160.
It almost feels like a cash game table now. All the talking.
Yep, we're going to see Lavin open his
sports talks.
ace-3 of hearts.
Just a bunch of athletes.
There's some dealers here that I know play like competitive volleyball. and stuff.
There used to be like a volleyball tournament that held on the boardwalk right
Okay.
here, and it was always in like September, so it was always like a 2-day tournament, and then obviously you're in Atlantic City, so it's like you had nightlife to go with it. So
No, it's on you.
Getting distracted by the side conversations.
But
It's good to see the chatter again loosening up a little bit at
Yeah.
the table.
There's no way Cenk's folding here.
once you play doubles,
wait,
though, and
he's
you
in
just
the
see
small
the
blind. Why do I
so
keep
many
thinking
more,
that-
see so many touches.
gotta
on
get
the
it.
ball.
I'll run through this one more time for you, Justin. There's an SB. We can see it on the screen. That means small blind.
showed me how
There's
to
a
shape I
BB
was
that we'll see when we get to Bob. That means big blind. It tells us where they are.
Thank you, Whitesmith.
You're
Now
welcome.
that you reminded me, I won't forget this time.
I know it's hard to believe Justin's an online player sometimes.
We're going to see the 3-bet from Cenk here, and it seems like Cenk's MO is really targeting these small stacks and,
I think a lot
the
of,
ones
like,
that have
beach
any kind of
volleyball,
ICM
friggin'
pressure
team,
on them
for
with the
sure.
other small stacks.
I'm curious to see if Lavin takes a stand
And
here.
Point Pleasant, I
Yeah,
guess that's
I mean,
a little bit.
Probably about
Lavin's
45,
capable.
About an
I don't know
hour.
if they've been relayed the info yet or some of these hand histories or not, but
If they've gotten back, if any of these have gotten back to
Literally,
Lavin,
like,
I wouldn't be
driving down
surprised
Atlantic
to
City,
see
I'm
him
like, I have a
send
long
it.
drive. I
But
break it up
his
at the
history, I would say,
tournament.
is
I
going
like
to
hit up
fold
one of my
this.
friends in
Where do you come from?
Long Island, like dead center.
Oh, okay.
We can
taking it
see
like
that
I'm,
it
like,
would
traveling,
work.
like, anywhere
Yeah,
south,
I
like,
mean,
going as far
it's
as
so
Maryland,
hard in
and,
the
like,
in-game,
yep,
right?
sweet
To
volleyball tournament breaks up the drive, and then after the
know.
tournament's over, I'm like exhausted, like driving to
And
my next.
Cenk applying pressure, taking in some more chips, and climbing back a little bit closer to the
I
chip
played
leader of
primarily
Alex.
indoor and grass, and then I was asked to play a beach tournament. I was out of breath after the first set. I was just like, I swear I'm in good shape. I was like, I swear I've been doing this for 10 years. Thankfully, my partner at that time was, oh God, he was a Division I player. So I was like, good, you just stay up at the net and do all the blocking. Yeah, he's like 6 foot. Yeah, 6'3", 6'4".
There we
We'll
go.
see Ricardo with an ace-10 here. We'll see the open. Looks like 160. It's the min open here.
Just a bunch of athletes, clearly.
And going for the fold.
Action will fold to Lavin in the big blind here. Off of after posting the ante 11 bigs.
This is a close spot. You're not too happy with Queen 8. You're just dominated way too much by all the broadways. King Queen, Queen Jack, Ace Queen. So much easier to defend a hand like 7-8, 6-7. You know, some of those suited hands.
And one of the factors as well is, we're right at that spot of, again, no one's at that immediate emergency place. Lavin's still on 11 big blinds. You want to have enough, every one of those one big blind defends, that double becomes, that double opportunity, or that rip becomes, less fold equity or less chips coming back towards you. So he's very much at a point where every single big blind matters.
Yeah.
And being, a pip off of where he might want to defend that is really got a much bigger chance of biting him on the other side.
Like, Augusta, like any of like the national.
Yeah, navigating a short stack is definitely a skill.
Or, you just win King Jack against Queens.
It's a tough course.
Yeah, I mean, if you can just keep doing that, then...
I mean...
Fold around to Lavin here. Blind v blind.
See how Lavin chooses this.
He just jams, yeah.
Yep. Not strong enough to induce, not weak enough to fold or limp.
Yep, and he's going to get a huge pickup
It was
here.
literally like the bucket list golf destinations.
With the big blind ante right there, two
Maybe it
bigs
was
when you're on 11 is
40 locations.
huge.
I think it was like 50
Yeah, he's
or
on slightly less than
something.
11
And it was
too.
like, it literally just had like a who's who of like all the golf
Not
courses.
anymore.
Like,
Not anymore.
I was like, that. It was like some
No,
road
but
trip,
he's-
and like 4 of them are like in Wisconsin.
Yeah, there's like Whistling Straits is out there.
Yeah.
The Kohler ones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was like, one cool road trip, and then 2, it's like we have no other reason to visit Wisconsin. I guess other than
Bob
the
has kind of
Packers
been-
game.
Yeah,
It's
right.
just like might as well go and
Quietly
play, like, 4 of the best
navigating in the
golf courses
background.
I'm gonna do Pinehurst this year.
Waiting
Oh,
for his
Pinehurst,
chance.
I went to visit my fiance's family down there, and we just got to do like the short course and the putting greens and
If
stuff.
Cenk finds a reason to
Spent a lot of
open
money in the
here.
pro shop.
Shout out
I gotta do the
to
full
Lavin's
thing now. I've
fiance,
seen a taste of
Rachel.
it.
Yep.
I
She's
picked one
a
course. I
very,
actually-
very fun,
My high school coach
entertaining,
actually did,
outgoing
like, all the
person, and was
volunteers
down here
for the US
yesterday.
Open since
Unfortunately, had to leave to
2004.
Yes.
It was at Shinnecock. I
unable
actually
to
wanted
be on the
play
rail for the
Shinnecock 'cause
final
everyone kept
table. But
complaining about how hard
shout
it
out to Rachel if she's
was. And I was
listening.
just like, I love a challenge.
Got a chance to meet
Like,
Rachel last night.
I wanted
She
to
was
see
very
like it
kind.
was really as hard.
Yeah.
It's,
You got on there?
No, I just like walked the course and I
Oh.
sign bared for them. But it was like one of those things where it's like we marked
Action
off like, one
folds
of
to
the fairways.
Ricardo
It was
in the
like
small blind with the
five
King
exits,
5.
And I was just like, it's a test of accuracy than anything. And I'm like, ooh, I want.
Curious
that.
to
Like, I
see
want
how
the
he
challenge.
chooses to approach this one.
Ooh, interesting.
Looks like a limp.
You play in Vegas, Mike, during the summers, or
I try to get out. I
Don't
try
think
to,
we're not going to have a raise here.
I've done TPC.
Did I say that right?
You know,
Belly high, belly
You
high.
said that
Don't
right,
think we're
yeah.
not
I've
going to
not
have a
played
raise.
there.
Yes, I
Yeah,
think we're
I
Alex
played a lot
likes
out
to
there, but
raise.
I haven't been to
And
Vegas.
certainly
in
has
years,
a hand
but I
to
used
do it with
spend
you.
every summer there pretty much. And every time busts and then play golf. Bust, play golf.
Now, Ricardo,
205 is that? 255.
Lucas, you think
Yeah.
Ricardo could find a click here with like King 5-0?
But if you look
you
out
think
there at
Alex
golf
is being
now, you
really
can play
active
these
with
amazing courses in the
Definitely
summer
a
for, like,
candidate to find.
$30.
As long as you
Yeah.
can tolerate
Find a
Yeah,
click here.
exactly.
Now,
think
pulling
you'll
the
see-
trigger is another thing.
The King
Yeah.
5, King 6, like it's a very common range to see that. And
Yeah.
25.
There it is. Okay.
there's the click. I love it. Not much of a click. That's a little bit more than
It's
a
a
click.
little more than a click.
That's
yeah.
a little more than a click.
They are fairly deep, so it makes
going
it makes
to-
sense to size up a bit.
Yep.
Yep. Going to a little over 10 bigs here from Ricardo.
And now Alex has a hand that
I mean, playing in position, that's not a terrible one to take in position to a flop.
Alex has taken the aggressive action every time, so it wouldn't even surprise me to see
It wouldn't. He's obviously
a
not going
jam.
to fold. He can't be feeling too comfortable. I think call or jam are both appropriate.
Yeah.
How about 4-bet non-all-in?
I think you want to just... Ooh,
Oh,
and he
wow.
folds. Wow.
He
And
just wanted to-
there we are again. Welcome to the
again
booth,
wrong.
Justin.
But see, this is the. I mean, that's the.
We've seen Ricardo be very disciplined so far today. We've seen Ricardo pass on button open with the queen nine. So choosing that time to click back ended up being, again, you said it. It's not an uncomfortable spot for Alex with the ace-4, and if you look at it and just say I want to choose a different spot, then I certainly get it. Alex is still the chip lead, and Ricardo up to back for about 4 mil.
Yeah, I would just say my only criticism of that is if you are going to ISO ace-4 suited, you should prepare yourself for getting it 3-bet. You should call because that's a hand that has, plays so well in position, blind v blind. So I think you have to, if you're ISOing a lot, like Alex is, you have to prepare. You have to think about those things. Because it does suck to fold ace-4 suited.
It certainly does, and you see Ricardo having sized that up a little bit, probably factors into that decision.
Great play by Ricardo.
I think using his image very well, the live game flow.
Yep.
He hasn't really faced much resistance pre-flop. He's just had a lot of opens, and he just gets them through. So
we haven't seen anything really get to showdown with him, and we've seen a lot of the opens, and they've been, standard opens, but not at the very, very top of range necessarily into the big stacks, and but still very calculated and not the VPIP is going to be much lower than both Alex and Cenk, so I would imagine they're still giving Ricardo the benefit of the doubt on a lot of these types of plays.
Yeah, absolutely.
Taking a look in the chat, I saw some love for Alex a little bit earlier, seeing a little bit of love for Bob now, a lot of love for golf. People bringing up the payouts. They currently have $8,725 locked up with a first place prize of $38,275. See Alex pick up the ace-queen in the small blind, and the times when we're seeing raises with 9-3, 10-3, and all of that, now with the ace-queen is gonna be a little bit more disguised.
Yeah.
Cenk gonna make the defend with the jack-6.
Cenk's not going anywhere.
And king-queen 8 on the flop is gonna give a pair of queens to Alex and some backdoor straight opportunities for Cenk here.
And Alex has to imagine, given... well, he can't see the cards, I guess, that we're seeing, but he has to think he probably has the best hand here, blind v blind, most of the time. Gonna go for some value. Cenk with the stare down.
We saw the time with the 5-4. We have to assume it's not going to be long before Cenk decides to mix it up with Alex in these spots.
No, I feel the tension growing.
I think if he had one extra backdoor flush draw here, you might see a raise or a call, but you can really tell he just wants to get into that mix. He's got that look, man. He wants to win every pot. Still in the tank here.
He just wants to find a reason. These guys are tough to play against. They're just always looking for a reason to stay in the mix.
Yep.
Looking for any opportunity for aggression.
Yep.
Put pressure on the other players at the table.
And that's how they got this far.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
I mean, we've seen a lot of the aggression work for Cenk so far, and we've seen Alex be selective in playing back at it. So again, at some point, I think it's pretty safe to say that we'll have Cenk and Alex mix it up in those spots.
Yeah.
Still not choosing this one, Cenk, letting it go, and we'll continue five-handed with the chip count here. You'll see MGM ambassador Mike Lavin in 5th place right now on 13 bigs, and we have the little bit of a collection at the top with Bob Hwang in the middle there with 17 bigs, and again, still kind of in this spot where one double gets either Lavin or Bob into a quite a comfortable spot. It won't take a whole lot for this chip graph to really fluctuate and change, and five-handed and kind of especially with the way that we've been seeing chips go, I'm actually a little surprised that we're one still five-handed and two still so collected at the top with how many chips have been going in.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a lot of interesting hands, but no humongous collisions yet outside of Christopher's departure.
There's yet to be that big decisive chip lead moment.
Yeah.
They're all kind of hanging around.
And I just feel like it's coming just based on, I feel like this is a group of players that are willing to play. I mean, you saw it with Ricardo's click with the King 5. You're seeing it with Cenk. And
we have Alex with the 7s on the button here and opening into Cenk, and we'll see what we get. Jack 7 suited with the style might see some chips in here.
I think, honestly, he's just thinking between call or 3-bet.
With Bob stacked behind, the call kind of shrinks a little bit.
Yep. Nope. Okay. Fold. I just want to see him in there.
Well, there you go. There you go. We're gonna have our collision right here.
Yep.
Bob waking up with the Ace King in the big blind.
Yep.
On what do we got here? What is that? 18 bigs?
6,
17, 18 bigs? 17 or so after the post?
This is likely going to be an all-in collision.
15 after the post, 15 behind. We're going to get an all. I think we're going to get a call, too.
Yeah. I mean,
I'll take it, please.
Just making sure of the stack.
Making sure that there's not anything on a significantly higher level. But I think 7s will probably see a call from Alex.
Alex might feel a little uncomfortable. You can't be too comfortable with 7s, especially when, Bob's seemingly been more of the tighter player at the table.
Sure.
But I still think it gets in the mix. If you think your opponent's going to jam 6s, 5s, 4s, 3s, hands like that, you just have to.
Especially when you're opening as wide as you are on the button as the chip leader.
Yeah.
You got to start taking a stand with some of these hands. But Bob has been playing very solid.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with taking your time here. Big spot.
Doing the count, figuring it out, and
there it is.
Are the chips. We're going to have
Cards
the
are going to
flip
go on
here.
their back.
Bob Hwang all in and at risk with the Ace King. Alex Petrucelli with the pair of 7s looking to bring a ladder for the rest of the table here, and some chips back up to a very healthy chip lead should this pot go Alex's way.
Yep.
Six 4 on the flop is not going to help Bob at all.
The flop Bob was hoping to see. Coming down in the river.
The king on the river keeps Bob with us. Saw a little smile, and that's just the way it's going to go. Flips sometimes right in the window, sometimes the river.
Made
all the
for
same.
TV poker.
There you go.
On the river.
I saw Alex's reaction there on the river.
Yeah, and
Slight
you're gonna
disappointment.
You're going to win some flips, you're going to lose some flips, and this one goes Bob's way, up to just shy of 3 million in chips for Bob Hwang here, and now a little bit of separation from Lavin, and again, now in a spot, a double for Bob brings Bob into a pretty comfortable chip lead.
Lavin now pretty clearly in last, so he'll be looking to get into the mix a bit more now that he's not tied for last.
Little bit less pressure on that next pay jump, and
Yep.
Wow, these stacks are so close now after that.
Yeah.
Between Bob, Ricardo, Alex, and Cenk. And then
Looks like we've got some family in the chat as well. I see a Let's Go Dad from what looks to be Laura Hwang, and I'm going to assume family.
it's a good assumption.
You know, my powers of deduction are on point with that one. Cenk going to pick up an ace-queen on the button and open into Lavin's big blind here. And we've seen Cenk opening quite a bit, so for me rooting for a friend, I'm hoping that Lavin has an easy decision here. But this is one where the prior image of Cenk could come back to help him out.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, oftentimes these spots are just in the hands of the poker gods.
Well, no decision for Bob or for Lavin.
Yeah, he's just going to be exiting the pot. I was wrong a lot with my predictions, but I got the King 5.
The click, yeah, okay, I'll give you that one. You
on
call with the call you with the click there. Haven't gotten one so far. When I've been doing these across the different series, it's always been fun. Just it doesn't matter who's in the booth. Nobody has been correct with this. Whether it's been World Series main event champ Joe McKeon or just some of the guys we've met from online. We haven't been very good at predicting what people are going to do.
Because when you're in those chairs, it's so different than when you're back here. We're looking at the cards. We have a whole different perspective than.
And there's so many different ways that people play poker, and so many different ways you can be effective and successful playing poker. Yeah, there's certainly things that you can study. Yeah, there's certainly things you can do to improve and be better in just about every spot that there is.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that there's only going to be one option. When you talk about it, there's, ranges, there's frequencies, there's all of these fancy words just to say do different things at different times or do different things in the same spot. People won't know what to do, won't know how to play back at you.
Lavin here just over 10 bigs. Blind beat blind with the open shove.
And he's going to get the fold through. Yeah, I agree. There's so many different play styles.
Yeah.
It's not just a basic game. I mean, if poker was like there's one thing right, there's one thing wrong, it would be such a boring game. But there's so many different nuances and keeps the game so exciting and awesome.
I don't know if I've ever played a game that's felt the same as a different game that I've played. There's times where your days, and for online, if you're playing multiple tables, sessions can kind of blend into similar types of patterns.
Yep.
But even some of these big spots or just some of bigger spots online in tournaments or live, there's very, very few times where it's like, oh, this feels exactly like that, and it actually plays out the same way. It almost never does. It's pretty much just a unique experience every time.
Every time.
Which is, again, keeps it fresh, and it's not just the same exact actions or the same exact decisions or same choices in a similar spot.
Yep. Jack 7 suited. He's going to open this, right?
We have a question down here in the chat saying, what was the buy-in for this event? Gentlemen, what was the buy-in for this event, and how many bullets did you guys fire in here?
The buy-in was 580, and I'll speak for myself here. I was in for 5 bullets, but I did make day 2.
And for me, it was also 580. That turned into just over a 5K buy-in for me.
Oh, wow.
9 bullets for Lucas, so.
Oh, also made day 2.
Made day 2.
And knocked out Justin.
And knocked out Justin, so it was well worth the $3,000 hit I took, but.
I wasn't mad that you knocked me out. I was mad that 5 minutes later you busted with the chips that I gave you.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate spot.
Very unfortunate.
We see Ricardo limping with the ace-3 here. We have the mystery hand for Alex right now, and it
255.
looks like we're seeing the raise.
230. Yes.
255.
235.
255.
We're going to get just the call from Ricardo. We're going to go to a flop heads up, blind versus blind.
Call.
Okay. Oh, we don't see Alex's cards, but
We
again,
do have the mystery hand for Alex right now.
Yep.
Ricardo flopping a wheel draw with no pair, and Alex with position and the pre-flop aggression. We'll see what the flop brings us here.
This can get spicy.
It's enough of equity for Ricardo. Could be ahead, has the wheel draw, now picks up the pair of threes in the turn. I don't think Ricardo is going anywhere. Alex
very
having
well.
checked back the flop. We're going to see a little bet here. It looks like 115
Yeah.
from Ricardo.
a really interesting lead, I think, getting value from, you know, the ace queens of the world, other ace highs.
Yeah.
Also,
Alex is going to have a lot of just Broadway hands here.
Yep.
That you can get value from.
And you're going to see a lot of calls with, and we see Alex make the call, you're going to see a lot of calls with those Broadway hands with the overs. It could still be good against like a Jack-10 type of hand.
That's a card Ricardo did not want to see.
The King of Clubs, now Ricardo having the Ace of Clubs helps a little bit just from protecting on a club draw.
And I think he's going to look, I think he just checked to see if he had the Ace of Clubs. Well, it's interesting because now he could turn this into a bluff, right? If he bets.
If Alex bets and Ricardo could turn the Ace of Clubs into a bluff, there's still enough showdown equity that it's not. You know, it's a weird texture on the board. The 3 is going to be good.
3 is going to be good.
It's a weird board texture for Alex's pre-flop raise and flop check. There's enough showdown equity for Ricardo there. I don't know that we need to turn the Ace-3 into a bluff. But depending on what Alex chooses, it's always the option.
No, definitely. I mean, Ricardo doesn't need to bluff it on the river. But if he's facing a bet, he might be able to turn into a bluff then, facing a bet. But there's no reason to lead and turn your hand into a bluff at that point.
Yeah.
I wonder what Alex had. I think
we do have the mystery hand here, so we never actually got the mystery hand reveal. I guess we must have missed the censor on the cards.
It must have been some sort of ace high, or
I imagine some ace jack type of hand.
It feels right in that ace 10, ace jack.
And that's why he bet the turn. He's going to get value from hands like that. He can check back the river.
Yes. Yes.
Bob picking up the ace-10 here. We haven't seen a whole lot of opens from Bob, so I would expect we'll get a little bit of a little bit of respect on the open.
Yeah. Okay. Listen, last one. You fold this one? Yeah. 1, 2, 4.
It looks like we're preparing for a break in the next hand or two. Seeing both Lavin and Ricardo get up, I believe this will be our last hand before the break. We do see Alex call the open with the King-9 suited in the small blind. Looks like Cenk will also likely be in this hand with the 7-6 of clubs in his big blind.
Cenk definitely not going anywhere with this particular hand.
Does make the call. We'll take 3 to the flop.
If I said that and Cenk just folded, I would have walked right out of the board.
I don't think we're going to see Cenk folding the 7-6 suited there. Jack 8-4, no pair for anybody. Backdoor clubs and a gut shot for Cenk. Action checks to Bob.
Just
not a great flop for
It's
him.
a bad flop for Bob.
For Bob, who is going to check as well. 8 on the turn, no improvement. Now it's going to be who's going to take the stab.
Yeah, Cenk with the gutter, I think.
The big blind defend feels like the hand to step in and take the aggression here.
Cenk's going to have most of the 8s here.
Yep.
No hesitation there.
225 it looks like. And that should be more than enough to take this one down. Happy to be wrong, but
well,
we'll see what happens.
I don't think Bob's going to get too stubborn here. He has Alex behind, so
Yep. Bob does step aside.
Does Alex get stubborn? Nope.
Also going to step away. Nice little pot for Cenk. We will be taking a short break briefly. As you'll see here before we head in, we see our VPIP for our table so far. And you see, as expected, the two large stacks with 42 and 48%. So a lot of activity, a lot of action from both Alex and Cenk. And the smaller stacks or stacks betting into them, certainly, on the lower side of our scale here. Kind of what you guys would have expected? Quickly, we're about to head off
absolutely.
to a break.
I think it makes sense. I'm surprised to see that Alex has a 48% VPIP.
That's a fun number. That's half the hands.
Surprises me.
Cool.
But, yeah.
Well, we'll be back to continue this here at the Borgata Casino Hotel and Spa in Atlantic City, New Jersey. We're heading on about a 15-minute break here at the Super Deep 6 Max final table. We will be back.
Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Hello and welcome back to the Borgata Casino Hotel and Spa in Atlantic City, New Jersey. We return to continue action at the final table of the Super Deep 6 Max, a $580 buy-in at the Borgata Spring 2026 Poker Open. Again, returning to the booth, the same group. I'm Matt McNeil, Whitesmith or the Blacksmith to people in the online community, joined by Justin and Lucas from the Uncapped podcast, who have also made a run in this tournament and did not make the final table. So join me in the booth to talk about the people who did make the final table. We return with 5 remaining contestants. Current chip leader, Cenk Cerci. You see, I'll let Lucas handle Ricardo's last name because I will butcher that. Alex Petrucelli in third, Bob Hwang in fourth, and MGM ambassador Mike Lavin in fifth.
Ricardo Eyzaguirre. There we go.
Thank you,
Smith,
Lucas.
I'm a little insulted that you say your online name, but you don't mention ours.
It's because I don't know who you guys are.
Really?
That's a lie. He slow rolled me, and I didn't even know.
We will we'll allow you guys to announce as many of your online names as you would like.
I am Violence. I think I just like saying the word. And
Elbow, yeah. Parks Tuesday. Water Cooler One. All of those on various different platforms.
Not a fan of the Elbow Yeah name.
I'm not. And you know what? I originally made my account on Party and not BetMGM, and I much prefer the Sand 63. I might actually switch back to Party just because of that.
Interesting development here with Ricardo opening the Queen 9.
Ricardo opens the Queen 9. Alex defending and just flatting on the button, being covered by Ricardo now with the pair of 4s. Bob and the big blind with the 8-7 also going to come along for the ride.
I think it's a good defend from Bob. This hand performs well.
Bob's a little bit deeper, and we saw Bob folding exactly 8-7 to an open earlier when Bob was deeper. And there's the set for Alex on an ace-high board. We'll see if Ricardo chooses to c-bet this. I expect it will get checked by Bob. Now, will Ricardo c-bet this? And Alex flopping a set in fantastic position on the button here.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think Alex is going to get too much action. Ricardo is going for the c-bet.
Ricardo's 175 here, it looks like.
A little bit aggressive, in my opinion, on a board like this. You have to think about what... He has to be thinking Alex is calling the button really wide to find the c-bet here. Ricardo's position. I think it's a bit different if the board's like King 4-4 or like King 5-6. Then
Alex makes just a call and Bob folds. We're going to see a turn here. Jack of Hearts on the turn is a really, really interesting one for this board texture.
Yeah.
Especially with the 9 of Hearts.
Yep. I was just about to say, he's got an open ender and he's got a 9 of Hearts involved.
Action on Ricardo.
I imagine he's going to continue here, and he does.
Yeah, such a good card.
We're going to see. It looks to be 430.
Okay.
430. So a little over a third of the pot, close to 35% or so. I think, if my math was right.
Yeah. A little on the smaller side, which is interesting. I would expect him to go slightly bigger. What do you think, Lucas? You think this size is... Did you expect a size around that region?
Yeah, I don't think they should be playing too many big... I don't think they should be trying to get stacks in. I think... Oh, wow, and you just see a rip here.
I'm sorry, don't want to try and get stacks in, and then the stacks immediately after that. We get the all-in from Alex. Alarm bell's certainly going off from Ricardo. We're not going to see a call with just the open end and one card to come here.
Well, we've been surprised before, but
we have been surprised before, but that is not the hill that I would expect Ricardo to choose to take a stand on.
I think it's a good jam from Alex.
Plenty of draws, plenty of draws, plenty of two-pair kinds of hands there. You can absolutely get called by hands where you've got, you're dodging 4 outs, right? And there's not too many rivers that are going to be friendly. There's going to be a huge amount of scare cards. So, good jam by Alex Petrucelli. chips back up to just shy of 4.6 million in chips, comfortably back into second place and real close to our chip leader, Cenk Cerci.
Yeah, he's right back in it. Alex is right back in it. If I'm in Alex's shoes, I definitely don't want to see the Jack of Hearts there. It's a really, again, uncomfortable spot, but definitely not going anywhere with a set of fours.
Yeah, I don't mind the rip because Ricardo double-barreled the ace-high flop. If Ricardo has a big ace, there's a lot of reason for Ricardo to come along and make the call. Alex now picking up the pocket eights right after the set. Yeah, I do like the aggressive line out of that, and there's not too many good cards on the river that Alex would have liked to have seen.
Absolutely.
We have a request to show the payouts in the chat that I saw. We'll real quick run through those now. They have currently locked up $8,700, $8,725. Fourth place would be a little over $12,300. Third place will get $18,500 and change. Second, 26 and change. Third, 38,000. Or excuse me, winner 38,000 and change. And I'm going to stop that as Bob has picked up Ace King in his small blind, facing the open from Alex in the cutoff.
Right around 21 big blinds effective here. And with Lavin being shorter, I imagine this is just going to be an all-in.
Yep, out of position, the small blind. I think jamming is appropriate here, but I wouldn't be surprised to see some 3-bets too.
All in.
There is the all-in.
Okay, I'm starting to get more right as we go.
And Lavin nothing to get in the mix with, and Alex going to get a count and have a much bigger decision than the last time we saw this with the Ace King and sevens, I believe.
It's bigger. I still think the money goes in though. What do you think, Lucas?
I think he's going to make the call here, but it is worth a lot more. It's a tough spot.
Yep.
There's one.
It's the very bottom of that range. I think last time when we were saying sevens was a fairly comfortable call for Alex, and kind of right at the bottom of that, like at the level of discomfort, the money still goes in. In this instance, eights feels right at, again, similarly at the bottom of that range, where we'll find out if the money does go in or not. I think the difference is Bob's stack and Lavin's stack having the disparity.
Yes.
That I might personally want to say nines and leave eights out, but eights is right at that borderline.
It's cuspy. It's uncomfortable. I still think you have to make the call here. If you think Villain is going to jam sevens and sixes,
Some
and a
ace
bunch of
five.
stuff you're flipping with,
Yeah.
stuff you're dominating, stuff you're flipping with.
Enough things in the ripping range that you're in good shape against to make the call.
Yeah, again, you're not in love. Alex is not in love here.
It is half of Alex's stack, so it's a much bigger spot.
Correct. 2,160,000, correct.
1-6.
Taking a long think here. It's a really big spot.
Appropriately so.
Absolutely. Definitely not a snap call or a snap fold. It's a lot of considerations. I mean,
winning this in future game brings Alex to a really solid chip lead and opens up a gap over Cenk and Ricardo. Losing this still leaves a little bit of a gap between Alex and Lavin's stack.
Yeah, losing this pot would mean
folding isn't going to kill anything.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Huge
Alex
one for
does
Bob.
make the fold.
Yeah. I mean, Alex has to be considering things like, is this opponent playing as wide as they should be? Are they? I mean, I think.
Not to say that Bob hasn't been that wide. Bob hasn't had too many of the hands on the edge to really know how wide Bob will be playing today.
It's true. It's true.
And just has very much had a tight image at the table so far. And
He's got a tight image. Again, yeah, I think Alex Probably knew it was a call, but one it just made.
And here's Alex again with another big hand. Ace King under the gun. We'll see some chips in.
Other hand here. Obviously goes for the open.
Seems 205.
Just over two.
One extra chip in above the click.
I must say Alex's chip tricks are quite impressive. I definitely don't have that double-handed flick in my repertoire.
The live poker experience of all the chip tricks.
Lavin waking up with dust recently.
And after this hand, we'll be down to right on, I believe, 8 big blinds. Ricardo with the suited 7-3 in the big blind. Looks like we'll see a defend. We'll see a flop here heads up. Queen Jack 4, not a great flop for Ricardo here. Gut shot with a backdoor club draw as well for Alex.
I would dare to say this is a wide defend from Ricardo at the final table in this situation, being in third place, a bit squeezed. What do you think, Lucas?
I think it's a close one.
Suited connectors.
I think against someone who's been as aggressive as Alex has been, very often these kind of bottom hands can become folds. You're just not going to be able to realize your equity as well.
I think
Alex c-bets and takes it down and pick up another small pot and close the gap to Cenk for the chip lead again.
I think the only person in the world that thinks 7-3 is a suited connector is Whitesmith.
Am I wrong?
Whitesmith, and shout out to Paulie Paychecks, for those who know. He likes to call 6-2 soft suit a suited gapper. But
if it can make it straight, it's a connector.
It's true.
We had a question, is it Cenk or Cenk, I'm assuming? Cenk, potentially. I did ask before. I try to go to every person who comes on the streams and get the proper pronunciation. Because I can't roll my R's, Lucas has helped out with Ricardo's proper pronunciation of his last name. Cenk did say it was pronounced much closer to the J, and that was as close as I would be able to get to being as authentic with the pronunciation. So Cenk Cerci is as close as I can get.
Folds to Ricardo. Just a walk here. Nothing to see.
What's interesting is the different table dynamics we sometimes get with the streams. Like, this has been a fun table because the action has been very consistent. We had a little bit of a stretch with the table chatter when we got into sports, golf, and volleyball, and just some of the side interests.
Yep.
But in general, pretty quiet, pretty focused on the play. But the play has made it for a very entertaining time so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Cenk, Alex, and Ricardo all are not backing down against each other. They're not just waiting. They're really going for it. And then you see, like, Lavin can't really maneuver that much. He's just kind of waiting for a hand to roll with and try to chip up. And unfortunately, he's just been really running bad in that department as of late.
Bob folding the pocket threes under the gun here, and
Yep.
we were talking about what's his range going to look like, and not that I have any problem with that fold at all, but that's one of the first times where there's even the consideration of what would you do, what would he have done in that spot with a larger or shorter stack, and that's not really a huge decision, but probably the first time we've seen, like, he's got a pocket pairs. He can open any pocket pair.
Yeah, there was one spot earlier where he had King 10-0 under the gun when Lavin was short and he folded. But yeah, for the most part, he hasn't had a lot of these close spots. He sort of had a pretty good hand or pretty easy fold. So sometimes poker's easier that way. You don't want a lot of these close decisions.
It's nice when the decisions are made for you, and and sometimes those go your way, sometimes they don't.
I like to fold the threes under the gun there.
Certainly. I don't think that we would have seen Cenk or Alex fold the threes in that same spot.
No, not with that stack. Another
Not
walk
gonna
here.
defend. No, there's a button open and
button open.
yeah, button open and the king 2 did not defend.
Again, Bob's in like,
Cenk.
a slightly tougher spot. He's got 25 bigs. Lavin has 8.
He's in the spot where he can just basically do what he's been doing. Find the spot, take the big, basically play a big hand. Look to play big hands when you've got really strong cards and just kind of play a little bit face up.
Yep.
Lavin here is going to be under the gun, and he's going to hope to wake with something. And that is not going to be it.
I think he's going to be saying thank you or something a little bit less polite than thank for that one, Lucas.
He's coming into the big blind next, and in live poker, it's the big blind ante, so it's going to be consuming 2 big blinds out of his stack.
25% of his stack in play before any card gets dealt next hand. Alex picking up ace-10 on the button. We're going to see a raise. And, so many of these spots, we've been waiting for Cenk to play back. We'll see what Cenk picks up, and, if we get any fireworks at any point. And
no fireworks here.
Commentator's curse?
We don't always know, but yeah, Cenk gonna step aside for this one, and wow, Bob picking up a solid hand here.
Off 23 bigs, Lucas. I think defend is fine.
Yeah, I think I would mainly defend this.
Again, we don't want to get 3-bet jammed on. It also doesn't feel good enough to just 3-bet jam ourselves.
Yeah. You're going to dominate a lot of his opening range, too, on the button.
Yeah.
So you want to keep those hands in.
We are going to get a call. We're going to see a flop here. The king, queen, jack flop.
Yikes.
Wow. Broadway for Alex, top
Speaking of
2
fireworks.
for Bob. Wow.
Right before this hand. It's like no fireworks here. Look, commentator's curse. Just between Bob and Alex.
Instead of Cenk and Alex
Instead
here.
of Cenk and Alex.
We'll see how this hand goes, but
It's going to get
easy bet
expensive.
for Alex.
What's not working in Bob's favor to get away here is this is button versus big blind. Ranges are just so much wider than if, let's say, Ricardo opened under the gun and you're defending the big blind.
The only way I imagine him getting out of this is a check raise call, and turn comes a diamond or a 10 or an ace.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
or a 9.
A 9 might also slow down the action a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I would like a check raise here. There's a good amount of hands that can call.
In so many spots, we can see the cards. I want Bob to check raise, but I want Bob just to call this to keep himself, to keep himself out of trouble here because we can see it.
And Bob has been in the tank. I think he's...
It's such a slam dunk raise, right?
Yeah.
Good work there. Good work. Well done.
It's just unfortunate.
Justin,
right?
well done. What did we get? we got a call from Bob.
So maybe Bob's spidey sense was tingling a little bit. Let's see what the turn brings.
Oh, and that may have let him off the hook right there. The 10 on the turn brings the 4 line to the straight. Top 2 for Bob. Same straight for Alex, but so many more cards that could now beat Bob's hand.
Really unfortunate
for
turn
Alex.
card for Alex.
Really unfortunate.
And Bob thinks it's an unfortunate turn card for him, but
when Bob
not.
sees this back, depending on Alex's sizing, Bob can still make the call here. He can still want to see a river here because he certainly has cards to win.
Yeah.
Chops with the ace and wins with a king or queen, but
yeah, I think, especially to this sizing.
It's a good sizing from Alex.
Yeah. Double flush draw board 2, top 2, boat outs, maybe even some devious intentions if one of the other card pairs, who knows, turns it into a bluff.
And Alex having the ace of diamonds is going to, in my opinion, allow for a little bit lower, more inducing size here because it does take away one of those nut flush draws that's also chopping. And it looks like we're going to have calling chips.
Yeah, call makes sense here.
Bob is going to join us. We are going to see a river here. This pot is going to now bloat up to 1.6, almost 1.7 million chips. 6 of hearts on the river. Gives Alex the check mark with the ace high straight. No flush comes in.
I bet Alex goes just such a juicy sizing here.
Yeah.
This is like 500K.
Even though river jam's just about pot, I think half pot really puts a lot of hands in the blender. Let's see what he picks here.
Looks like 600.
7?
Yeah.
700K.
7.
This is a real tough spot for Bob.
That's such a great bet from Alex.
Yeah.
I think it's smart too. It's really effective when you're bluffing. Get a lot of pair plus flush draws, that brick to folds.
Yeah.
Lots of these rag 2 pairs as well.
Yeah, I mean, what are our bluffs here like from Alex's shoes? Like 10-8 hands.
Jack
of that
10
nature?
even, like do you turn a weak 2 pair into a bluff here?
I don't think that would
I
be
don't think
necessary,
so.
but I think like if you had like 8-7 suited, 8-7 of diamonds, 8-7 of
king,
clubs.
Weak king, king
yeah.
8 suited, like.
Yeah, those hands are gonna take this line. That's why it's so. Like,
It's not a slam dunk fold, but it looks like
Not
Bob
at
is
all.
going to get away.
He gets away.
Very well done, Bob.
Good job,
Very
Bob.
well done, Alex.
He's-
Alex extracted from the exact hand that Alex is trying to extract
Yeah.
from. Bob played it how you would think someone would play with that spot in the considering the chip stacks here.
Bob lost the minimum.
Yeah, and I think our
He lost
graphic
the
is going to
minimum.
take a sec to chip to correct itself because Bob did not chip up to 3.3 million. Bob should have chipped down to, I believe, a little over or just under 2.
Yep.
I think it was.
Yeah,
I think it was under 2.
I think he has just under 20 bigs.
Both the blinds now are pretty short. Lavin in dead last in the big blind. Let's see what happens there.
Yeah, he's
With
hoping.
25% of his stack in the pot right now.
He's definitely hoping to wake up with something here that he could at least defend to an open. Ooh.
And not that Cenk needs the invitation, but he can be pretty aggressive here. I know the graphic is not totally updated, but Bob is sitting on just under 2 million.
I want to say even closer to maybe like 1.5, 1.7.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We're going to see an open. Bob with an ace jack.
Ooh. This is. I like jam here, Luke.
I like jam here too. I think the interesting thing is Cenk definitely has an open jam range there on the button. So, but our ace jack is still too good. I think we gotta roll with this. Let's see what Bob chooses.
I think calling would be a huge mistake.
Yes.
Considering the aggression from Cenk so far
Yeah.
today.
Yeah, and Cenk just can play really aggressive in this particular spot. His range is going to be so wide, and this is a great opportunity to pick up a few big blinds. If you get unlucky and run into something, it happens sometimes. But Cenk is going to have 3-5 suited and 4-6 suited and ace-5 off.
I imagine Cenk's range is any suited card, anything a 10 or above, except for maybe like a Doyle. Cenk's range is going to be so wide here. And I think with the way that the final table's gone so far, that Cenk doesn't need to risk 16, 17 bigs with a rip and run into it. Because both Bob and Lavin have shown
And there it is.
There's the all-in.
that they'll not put up too much of a fuss unless they have it.
Right.
And really unfortunate for Lavin too.
Yeah.
He doesn't get to defend his big blind. Quarter of a stack in the middle.
Yeah. And a good rip from Bob here, and,
Yeah.
and we expect this to work. And again, the graphic will get caught up shortly, we believe. We're not looking at a 3.3 million chip.
It's roughly a 16, 17 big blind jam here by Bob.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of Hollywooding here, and then lets it go. I like Cenk's appropriate Hollywood timing. Like, he doesn't overdo it. It seems appropriate.
He's taken a little bit of time earlier in some of those blind v blind spots, and I mean, we were talking about it, but there's a very good chance that at some point we'll see that become one of the collisions.
Right.
And in some of these other spots is a much more like take your pause, collect, make sure that you make the right decision, whatever counts you might need, yada yada, and then make a fairly quick decision when there isn't a real decision to be made.
Absolutely. Yep. So Lucas, you've played a lot of live cash and have a lot of experience battling aggressive players that don't like to back down like Cenk. Do you have any advice for how to play that particular player type?
Try to play as much as you can in position. You don't necessarily have to 3-bet a lot. Just do your best to play in position. Playing out of position against aggressive players is difficult for anyone, no matter how good you are at this game.
Right.
So try to avoid playing too much out of position if you can.
Well, hold on one sec here. Cenk is opened, and Lavin in a small blind. The Jack-10 is a hand that some people might want to stick in the last 5.5 bigs there. Lavin does get away from that one. Ricardo in the big blind with a 9-8 suited. We'll see some chips. Looks like just a call.
Maybe Lavin, because he doesn't have fold equity, but maybe there's an argument to be made for just flatting.
Flatting, yeah, I was going to say.
You're really short. There's the big blind ante. Maybe some consideration there.
I still think a good disciplined fold by Lavin, but
yeah.
I imagine if it was suited, he would have called instead of jamming.
Yeah.
And the reason is because if he jams, there's
no fold equity.
No fold equity. So calling is actually the appropriate option there. It's something I think a lot of people used to do wrong, and now shifting towards more people are deviating correctly.
We see the Ace-Jack-3 board brings the pair for Cenk, a C-bet and a fold from, or a C-bet from Cenk, a fold from Ricardo, and another pot over towards Cenk. I believe, again, the graphics are still going to be a little bit off. If I'm not mistaken, Alex is our current chip leader.
Yeah.
Cenk will be in second, but not too far behind. But I think Alex is going to be closer to about 5.6 to 5.7 million in chips.
Yeah.
With Bob a little bit closer to about 1.9 to 2 million in chips.
Yeah, and with Lavin being very clearly in last, there's not going to be a lot of ICM pressure on him. He's just going to look to take whatever spot he can and hope to win a flip.
I mean, we have a saying in some of our side conversations. He's booming it, and he's going to be looking to pick up aces in his big blind the next come around.
Well, he's got an orbit, so let's see what he can find.
We have the Queen Jack open again from Cenk. And it's gonna fold over to Alex in the big blind. With a 10-2 of clubs, deep enough, and again, Alex should be on about 5.7 million and our chip leader right now. I expect we'll see a defend with some suited cards here.
I think one of the considerations to make is part of you, yeah, you can defend.
Oh, no, that's not a defend. That's raising
wow.
chips. That's raising chips.
He saw the 10-3 suited, and he said, I'll do you one better. How about 10-2 suited?
Wow. This is very aggressive.
Now, do you think Cenk gets any ideas here?
These two we've been waiting for a collision between these two. I sense some tension.
There's been stare downs when they've folded. There's been stare downs in pots where it's been relatively straightforward action. They've gone back and forth, and again, when we were talking about, it's been a little bit on the quieter side at the table, but it's these types of hands where we've been seeing a good amount of action. Cenk taking his time.
I wish this graphic would get updated. Sorry, Lucas.
I was going to say, and this is the first time Cenk has had a hand that looks like it can maybe do something, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be real interesting. I think I would like to see some post-flop fireworks personally, but
Cenk having position doesn't really seem to have mattered a huge amount at this point. But Cenk does have position on the under the gun 3-bet here. The problem with the queen jack off is it gets dominated so easily by Broadway cards.
That's why it doesn't feel like a call. I think Cenk is considering clicking here or folding, kind of weighing those two options. But I have been wrong many
once
times.
or twice, or all but once or twice.
I think he's fired as many bullets as I have into the 6-max. We've seen this before from Cenk, taking his time here when he's facing aggression from Alex specifically. Does find the fold.
I think fun 3-bet from Alex.
Yeah.
I wish Alex showed.
Well, when you see it 30 minutes later, if you so choose, you don't need to show in that moment. The information will be there. And I'm curious how much they're actually seeking out that info. Is that going to help them? Is that going to hurt them? Is that going to make them overthink some of these spots?
Did that feel more like an ego play?
No, that felt like a big stack poker, and Cenk has been opening, and we know that Cenk, like under the gun opens, aren't the same as some of the other under the gun opens.
It's true.
Cenk doesn't really seem to need position or take position into. I don't want to say take position into consideration, but I think it's more about the aggression factor for Cenk instead of the positional factor. And Cenk's going to be opening wide enough and has been all day that, why not? It's not so much an ego thing as I have the chip lead, I can make these plays, and if you're going to keep opening, I'll 3-bet when I choose to, and you're going to have to make the decision of playing back or not.
Lucas, we saw Bob fold under the gun with King 7 suited.
King 10 off and 3s.
I think King 7 here is more appropriate. You're opening into 3 covering stacks, 1 on the button, 2 in the blinds. Lavin's pretty short.
Yeah.
And Lavin's ripping basically anything that's going to be dominating you.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's a good point.
The big stacks have not been afraid to play back.
We have a King Jack open from Ricardo here. Our chip leader, Alex, is waking up with Ace Jack suited in the small blind. Looks like we're going to get a 3-bet of 650.
Again, Alex being very, very active and aggressive with his 3-betting.
And this time very much having it, and no real thought from Ricardo there.
Aggression works.
Aggression does work. It helps when you have Ace Jack suited.
Helps when you actually have a hand, too.
Don't always need it, but the balance. If we just saw 10 deuces, people would be playing back quite a bit more. Seeing the Ace Jacks right after that is going to help that image. Now Lavin under the gun on 5.5 big blinds in desperate need of a hand now or very soon.
Yeah, Lavin's in an interesting spot. Anything marginal he's just going to have to go for, I imagine, being put in the big blind. Oof.
Not quite.
Well, he's under the gun right now.
Yeah, but he's going to have to post 40% of his stack next hand.
Yeah.
This still feels like a fold, though.
Yeah, it still feels like a fold. You can still wait for next hand and pray.
You never know what the poker gods have in store.
Lavin, he wakes up with it in those spots. See how right I am.
Queen 9 from given your track record. Given your track record, we're going to see a button open from Alex here with the Queen 9. Cenk in the small blind with the King 3. Going to step aside. And Bob with the King Queen suited in the big blind. And at a much shallower stack than the graphic. Bob is going to be just under 20 bigs. This is a spot that it's a good enough hand to play out of position. And with Lavin stack, we might just see a flat. But I think there's a good chance we'll see the all-in given the recent aggression and the consistent aggression from Alex.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind either option here. I think you could go call or all in. Being suited helps playing out of position a bit more. You can play those backdoor draws, check raise some of those, float a little lighter.
And our next pay jump is $3,600 and a little bit of change. We do get the
It goes
all-in.
all in.
So it's not insignificant for a $500 buy-in, but the pay jumps really jump up after this next one.
Quick fold there
Quick
by
fold.
Alex.
It's one of those spots where Bob can't go wrong.
Yeah.
I think he
Fold.
could call.
Fold. He
Folding would
fold
be
would
wrong.
have, yes.
But who's going to fold there?
Not just saying. You never know. You never know what people will do sometimes.
Alex finding a way to increase that VPIP.
The VPIP over 50%. That's, again, it's fun seeing VPIPs this high, and you're going to get that at a 6-max tournament. You're going to get that at tables, and and having a chip stack or chip lead at a final table, you would hope to see a very active chip leader. If the cards even remotely allow, and we've had a lot of fun with the way this has played out so far. Lavin now in the big blind with over a third, close to 40% of his chips in play.
If he faces an open, not an open jam, but an open, he is probably pretty close to like full range in terms of defending.
And Cenk on the button with the King 10. We saw him open the 5-3 before in a similar spot. Bob is going to be on about, I want to say 2.1 if I'm tracking this properly. Going to be on about 2.1 million.
Looks to be about. And the big reveal here.
He's got an ace, so it's going to go. He's got an ace, so it's going to go.
Good luck all
definitely
in.
going to be getting in there. Good
And of
luck,
course,
Mike.
Cenk going to be calling here.
Yep.
Cards on their back.
Mike Lavin all in with the ace 5. Cenk calling with the King 10. Nobody's suited. Everybody's got, everyone's got one of each combined. So we've got all suits covered between the 4 cards. We'll go to a flop here.
No, other one.
Lavin all in and at risk, but ahead.
Just by a little.
Lavin's definitely stoked to be, 60% favorite in this spot. And
Ace in the window.
All right.
MGM Ambassador. That's the patch. The power of the patch.
What'd I say?
100% on the
Locks
turn.
it up on the turn. No sweat
450.
there. A double up for Michael Lavin. Up to over 1 million in chips. Up to 10 bigs. So a huge pickup to get it while he's in the big blind there. And one of the things that gets a little bit undervalued sometimes, when he was under the gun, if you go and you commit chips under the gun, you're immediately right back into the big blind. By having that double come from the big blind, he now picks up and is now only posting the small blind and will be on 10 big blinds going to his button, depending on what happens this hand.
Mike Lavin is a cockroach. He's hard to kill.
Oh, I thought we were going to be mean to him. I mean, we can start calling him a cockroach or whatever.
No,
we want.
we got to needle him a little bit.
You know what? I didn't get a chance to say, and I've been sitting there since he got officially announced as the MGM ambassador. I've been waiting for the opportunity to ask the questions in the right spots. Do they have like a marketing team that designs, I'm assuming, all of the different swag, and they've got some fantastic swag.
They do.
You're wearing the purple final table hoodie from this event.
Yes.
I've got some different MGM swag somewhere, just from over the many series. Do they have someone that's going to then have to go in and make, cut the pants or shorts all the way down to Lavin sized and have like MGM sponsored short golf shorts?
It's a good question.
Well, he definitely has someone working on his patches for him, that's for sure.
Cenk going to open the King Queen here. Going to fold to Ricardo in the big blind with an Ace 4, and the graphics are still a little bit off for both Bob and Alexander.
This is a hand that could continue either way with call or 3-bet. Choose to call this time.
With Ricardo, we have only really seen once or twice with the 3-bet, and it was pretty much in those blind versus blind spots. So I'm not surprised to see him go for the call. But if there's a villain that we're going to go for the 3-bet against, not to call Cenk a villain, but from Ricardo's perspective, it is the person that's been V-pipping, the 6-5s, the 10 deuces. The 5-2-2 on the flop, not a bad flop for Ricardo. Under the early position open here for Cenk, I mean, we got to assume this is going to be a C-bet board for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. More than likely.
Imagine a lot of C-betting going on this board.
What
And
size do you like?
I think third pot.
Third?
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll go bigger on these board textures.
150, 175, do we see? 125.
Yeah.
A little bit less, but still 25% or so.
All seems fine here with ace-4.
Yep. Ricardo does make the call. We'll see the turn, the 7 of clubs. No real change here. Definitely closer to the big blind range than the open range for a common cutoff open range. But Cenk doesn't necessarily adhere to those rules. And the 10 of clubs after the check is going to give Ricardo a check mark and the best hand here.
This is interesting that, okay, so he's basically block betting.
One big blind.
He's just saying, like,
he doesn't want to call with the ace high, a bigger bet.
But the problem is this kind of open, like, I think this hand goes check often. I think here, this kind of opens the door for Cenk to get creative. You're opening the door to an aggressive, creative player to
put like 1.3 out there.
Yeah, like just be like, okay, I have ace-10 and I'm gonna. Okay, he just
calls.
Good value bet then.
Examine some of the options and maybe a little bit of information for Cenk there to set aside just to see how that might go. And nice little pot for Ricardo to pick up a few more
Thank
chips.
you.
Yep.
Thank you.
We have a new dealer coming in.
Mike
Looks like
Lavin.
our blind's going to be going up as well to 60,000 small blind, 120,000 big blind with 120,000 big blind ante. Mike Lavin back down under 10 bigs.
And also, can we speak that Mike Lavin has the lowest VPIP?
I mean, that's one of the least surprising things. One of the least surprising things. Might as well be Nit Lavin.
Yeah,
I
Nit
chose
Lavin.
Mick Lavin as a screen name just to mess with them and have some fun on one of the sites. And
Oh,
I wish I would have
that's you.
chosen Nit Lavin.
Well, I guess it's to defend Mike Lavin a little bit here. It's hard to be loosey-goosey with 6 bigs.
Yeah. He came in with the 2 chip leaders on his direct left and the short stack right on their left, so he wasn't in a spot to really mix it up. But
No.
doesn't matter. We can still break out all the comments that we want.
Still gotta.
Oh yes.
Those
Cenk-
top 4 stacks starting to bunch up a bit.
Well,
And-
reminder: this is that is not accurate. The graph is not accurate, right? Bob is on about 2 million, and Alex should be on just over 6 million.
Okay.
Oh.
Lavin picking up the queens on the button and 8 bigs. Do we think he's going to rip? Do we think he's going to leave a little behind? We've seen him leave a little bit behind.
I think he might just open
He
this.
can open to 2 bigs here.
Yeah. He's going to have some open bluffs and being very clearly in last. There's not a lot of pressure on you. Let's see what he chooses here.
It looks like it's going to be a min open, maybe 1 chip over a min open.
Yeah.
To min open.
Yep.
Ricardo with an easy fold.
And off of 8 bigs, that's a little bit easier to do than off of the
Off
6. Yeah.
6 would be a little too obvious.
Does take down the pot, a very, very needed one for him, as Lavin will now get himself to over 10 bigs again, 1.3 million. And it's very much that spot of still 1 double gets him right back up to a very, very comfortable, playable stack. Still will be in a little bit of danger, even if it comes through our chip leader and Alex, still having Alex and Ricardo directly on his left. But, that next big hand, that next big double is really gonna shift the balance one way or the other here at this final table.
Yeah, he's been hanging in there.
Cockroach?
Cockroach. He he's winning King Jack versus Queens. He's waking up with Ace-5 off 4 bigs.
Winning the 3-way all-in against 4 other live cards.
Yep.
Just Mike Lavin things.
Power of the patch.
Survival, though, it's the most important tournament skill.
Yep.
As long as you're still in it, you got a chance.
Alex with King Jack offsuit here. Blind beat,
Folds to to Alex in the small blind, and I expect, yep, we'll see some raising chips here.
I'm hoping to see just some post-flop play between these two.
I really do want to see some post-flop action. We haven't seen a lot of pre-flop stuff, which is to be expected for final table, but let's see what they got post-flop.
Cenk with the Jack 4 here. Going to bring us to this flop. See Alex with the King Jack offsuit with the raise out of position, and Cenk calling in position with the Jack 4.
Robbie.
Ace Queen 4 will bring a gut shot for Alex. Bottom pair for Cenk. Both of them with backdoor hearts. Alex with the backdoor King of Hearts here. We'll see a C bet after the raise. Looks like 275.
Cenk is thinking, finally I flop a pair.
and not a great spot to have that pair, but with the amount of opens that we've seen, I don't think he's going anywhere for 275.
Yeah.
And yep, we see the call.
The backdoor hearts and backdoor Broadway.
Yep.
Gonna
Blind
continue.
blind too.
Nine of diamonds on the turn. No real change. It does bring in some more draw opportunities. But Alex still with the king high and the gut shot to the Broadway. Cenk with the fourth pair on board.
Checks. Yeah, I mean this is a completely king high is going to be good here often. Good check is normal. I was expecting Alex to bet again for whatever reason.
Well, we've seen a lot of aggression. That's
Yeah.
why. It does go check through on the turn. 9 pairs the board on the river. And exactly what you just said. The king high could be good a lot of the time here. But do we want to put chips in? Are we going to see a block? Are we just going to see check?
I think this goes check. Cenk will take down this pot.
Cenk is going to go for value.
I don't think this is valid. I think this is turning that hand into a little bit of a bluff. Because that's very, very thin value to be going for here.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't think he would do that, though. I don't think he has a reason to turn this into a bluff. I think I don't know. I really don't.
I couldn't tell you the mindset of Cenk. I don't think we've been correct on many of the thoughts throughout the day there. And, I think the default is just aggression, right?
Yep.
So checks twice. Is it a chopping 4 that you're trying to bet someone off?
Maybe. I just wouldn't be surprised if Alex looks Cenk up here.
If this is a thin value bet that gets called, I mean, fantastic find on it. It feels, again, very, very thin for it.
Yeah.
But, doesn't mean that it's not going to work exactly what he wants. And Alex in a weird spot because the king could be good against a lot of hands that'll float the flop.
What's going through Alex's mind here, Lucas?
I think he's thinking probably doesn't have an ace.
Yep.
Maybe a queen. And he's got a king and a jack, so he blocks. Alex blocks king jack, or sorry, king queen, queen jack. I think with the king of hearts though, does find the call.
Does get looked up. He's gonna see the 4, and
that was
bad news. And the thin value gets the value though.
He looks surprised. Cenk looks surprised. Like I think he thought he was bluffing.
Exactly. I think he thought he was bluffing that.
Yeah.
Trying to get a queen to fold or something.
I
don't know. I'm.
It's a really interesting hand.
It's yeah.
Yeah, I think to your point, Whitesmith. I like calling you by your online name, if that's okay.
I answer to many, many things. Whitesmith is perfectly fine.
I think to your point, the default has been aggression.
Yeah.
There's really...
the merge bet, right? The merge bet. It's just it's going to be aggressive one way or the other. And maybe that gets a fold in a similar spot later when it is a pure bluff. Maybe it gets a call when it is a 9 in that kind of spot later. Who can say? Looks like we're going to see Ricardo with the king 4 off with the open here. Cenk in the small blind with the king queen. We'll work. I see the comment. We'll work on the graphics soon. The graphics are still going to be a bit off. Cenk and Alex are going to be very close in chips right now. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Bob should be at just around 2 million and take away about that 1.8, 1.9 million from Bob's stack, add it to Alex. And Alex should be about 4.5 to 4.7 mil. We see the flat out of position with the king queen from Cenk. Ricardo opening the king 4 from the cutoff. And the king on the flop is going to get a little bit of chips in this pot here.
This is the first time we've seen Ricardo make a pre-flop decision. He's been pretty in line, pretty solid, and
we saw the blind versus blind click in kind of a unique spot. And
yeah.
Do you think he's Do you think he's perceiving Bob as someone who's gonna overfold, and essentially just attacking that?
I think so. I think he's using a bit of his own image as well. I think for the most part, besides that King 5-0 hand, which was brilliantly played, I think he's using his image a little bit here.
We checked through flop and turn, both of them checking the top pair. The ace and the turn going check. It is a chop pot if we get to a showdown. I don't think we're going to have a large enough bet here to avoid a showdown. I think Cenk is going to be looking for value, and I think that Ricardo is going to look Cenk up here, and we'll see the chop. And yep, there it is, the bet and a call.
This is going to be shown down, so I think the table is going to be quite intrigued by this showdown.
I would have expected those hands to be flipped.
Yep.
Based off of table image, maybe King 4 suited or something like that for Cenk. But I think that based off of the previous table images, I think that's the first time we've seen Ricardo maybe show a hand.
Again, Ricardo's seems to be like a really thoughtful player. So he must have a specific reason for opening King 4 offsuit there. He's not doing that for no reason. Just really curious to know the exact reason why he chose King 4.
Assume it has to do with a lot who was in the big blind there.
Yeah.
Even so, it's pretty gutsy move with 2 covering stacks on your left, and not only covering but willing to put chips in the middle.
Aggressive, the VPIP, the two highest VPIPs, 2 highest 3 bets.
Yep.
We're gonna have Lavin into the big blind to post the big blind and the big blind ante. We'll leave him with under 10 big blinds effective here, just under. And it's going to fold to Cenk on the button, and this should mean 240,000 goes in if history holds. Jack 6 off might be just weird enough for him to not.
Oh,
there
well,
it
yeah.
goes.
1.28.
1.2.
We have a blind v blind
9
confrontation here.
off for Bob. We haven't seen Bob really try and push around, but hasn't really been in a position to do that with Lavin's stack.
I would like to see a jam here.
I would
From
like
Bob.
to see a jam too.
He finds it. Let's
He
see what
does
Lavin
go all
feels.
Lavin with the Jack 8 suited.
This is so close.
It's about 10 big blinds effective. Big blind ante.
In chip EV, this is obviously the call, right?
It's a big pickup for Bob if Lavin does fold.
I think Lavin will
He's probably
fold
going
here.
to fold. This is...
If Lavin calls and is at risk, you can see it would be about a 60-40 favorite for Bob. And future game would be huge one way or the other. Lavin will get out of the way. Bob will pick up the couple big blinds, and a very nice pickup for Bob. Lavin, a little dejected, and you can see him kind of thinking that through, and down to about 8.8 bigs. And again, just to continue to update as this is shown, Bob Hwang is not on 4 million in chips, and Alex Petrucelli is not on 2.7 million in chips. It should be closer, I believe, to Bob on about 2.2 million in chips, and Alex on about 4.4 million. I believe we're in that 1.7 million difference between the two of them.
8-9 suited for Alex.
Very, very attractive hand to look down at.
Very attractive.
We're going to see the open to 250K.
Arguably, 7-8 suited is more attractive. But that's just...
Is it?
A silly opinion. I think so.
Hard-hitting commentary. Justin Violence Peeler over here.
Just a controversial thought that I spazzed out.
That's fine. It will be good enough to take in the pot for Alex. And we'll continue. I believe this is our last level before a break. I believe we'll be going on a break at the end of this level. We have some time before we get to that. I also could be wrong, and they might be blurring just a little bit, but I believe, at some point towards the end of this level, we'll give the announcement of an impending break. Might be one shy of that. Lavin with the King 8 on the button. King 8 suited.
I think this is good enough to go with for an all-in.
It's at a weird depth. Yeah, it's at a weird depth to not do that open. It's not strong enough to do the min open and not quite connected. And then he's going to see some bad news as Ricardo wakes up with Ace-King in the small blind.
Pretty quick reshove.
Quick 3-bet. Alex will step aside. And Lavin's going to see some really bad news being both dominated, and what he doesn't know is one of the 8s is already out as Bob folded King 8 as well. Lavin going to be looking for some spades or one of the remaining 2 8s or some sneaky cards in the middle there to find a straight.
Let's see if he has that Ambassador Magic.
Power of the Patch.
Some backdoor chops.
Backdoor chops, no chop, backdoor chops. The ace on the turn is going to bring him down to a... you're right, a queen would bring the chop. No queen on the river. Mike Lavin is going to finish...
Play with you for a couple of days, yeah. Thanks.
Finish in 5th place here at the Super Deep 6 Max. BetMGM Ambassador Mike Lavin out in 5th for 8,725.
To say today.
A lot of fun having him at a table.
The fact that you knew what it was
unfortunately,
was
never
actually
really
more
got a
impressive.
chip stack where he had a whole lot that he could do with it.
I knew what it was too, believe it or not.
And we see Ricardo get the knockout. We see Ricardo scoop up some chips to about 4.6 million. And we should have a pretty tight race right now between the top 3 stacks. Alex Petrucelli actually on about 4.4, 4.5, 4.6, something in that range. And Bob Hwang on around 2 to 2.2 million.
I leave for 2 minutes and someone busted.
And Lavin lost the King 8 to Ace King.
Ooh, blind v blind.
Button, King 8 suited.
Honestly, that squirrel had more riz than I had.
Unfortunate. GG's to Mike Lavin.
Now these players are going to be freed up a bit more with the short stack not there.
Yeah, and we've been seeing the collisions, the blind versus blind, button versus blinds when we had 5 and 6 players. These are just going to come around more frequently now. We see Alex with the 10-6 of clubs going to open the button.
Or no, limp is small blind.
Oh, excuse me, limp to small blind, apologies.
Cenk here could go for an ISO. I'm not sure how accurate.
There you go,
exactly.
Reaches for those chips.
There you go, Lucas.
Yeah. Oftentimes when you have these offsuit deuces, offsuit threes, these kind of trashy hands. They do a pretty good job of ISOing. Alex's hand here, though, too good to fold.
Should see a call here.
Alex does make the call. We'll go to the flop with about 840,000 chips already in the pot. Jack, 6, deuce, a piece of it for each. Second pair for Alex. Bottom pair for Cenk. Cenk, the pre-flop aggressor. Alex is going to check to Cenk, and Cenk grabbing some chips here.
Looks like he's not going to slow down.
About 280. 380. Missed one of the 100,000s there.
Interesting with middle pair, backdoor flush draw. Maybe can go for check raise. Besides just call.
We see the call. Ooh. Wow, deuce on the turn gives Cenk a sneaky trips.
I think one of Alex's concerns, if he hangs around on the turn, is going to be he bluffed me with the better hand before. What if he's bluffing with the better 6 here? So, might be a consideration if he decides to continue on the turn. The fact that
we're really digging in the weeds there.
Yeah, it's definitely a pot that's going to get more chips in. It's just going to be a matter of how much.
Wow.
950.
Sizing up from Cenk here, goes for 950.
That's a big bet.
Little over half pot, close to 2/3 pot. My math was right. Alex with second pair, a chop kicker. I wouldn't feel terrible about my 6 in Alex's position. I wouldn't feel great about it, though.
It's definitely a really uncomfortable spot to be in. A lot of times
if
you have
a kicker that plays, I think it becomes a little bit easier to just call this and hope to get a check river. Gets away for Alex.
Folds.
Really, really good fold there for Alex.
Well played. Well played.
Cenk does take up a nice pot and what should now be a little bit of a gap as a chip leader. Alex, not down to the 2 million that we see. Alex should be on about 3.7 to 3.9 million, I believe, is still our gap. And Bob, basically close to flip-flop Bob and Alex's chip count.
Gonna fold around to the small blind.
Cenk with an actual hand in the small blind. We'll see how aggressive he chooses to get. Bob should be on, what do we have, 17 to 20 bigs, something in that range?
Roughly right around there. I imagine Cenk is gonna raise. Nope, I might be wrong.
Limp.
Does complete a small blind.
Getting a little trappy.
Certainly a limp to induce, and
I imagine a check back here.
It's actually something very common you see with very aggressive players is oftentimes when they have their value, they're too afraid to actually fast play and play as if when they are bluffing.
I don't know if afraid is necessarily the term that I would use with the play style from Cenk today.
Well,
but
they're afraid in the sense that they don't want their opponent to fold, right? So they want to keep them in.
Sure.
So
Well, we have the 10-4-3 flop here. It's going to go check on the flop. 4 on the turn. No change. Cenk still ahead with the ace high. Bob would be drawing to a 6 or a 9 and is actually missing 2 of the 9s. So you can see that's why we have the 10% for Bob here.
Wouldn't mind a stab here from Bob.
Absolutely not.
Try and fold out some equity.
Limp check is not showing a huge amount of strength from Cenk's side of things. 5 on the river is going to bring Cenk the check mark.
Now, if Cenk checks, I would really like to see Bob bet here. But to your point, Lucas, about before, that same passivity that players like Cenk attack, they try to kind of portray when they actually have a really good hand in the small blind, essentially. I would really like a bet here.
Yeah, I think 2/3.
I was about going to say 275, 300 is my number.
We're just never good with 9 high.
Gets a fold out 10 high. I mean, Jack high, Queen high, King high. Ace high is probably going to stick around, but
can't quite see that. It looks like 225.
Yep, 200.
2 flat. Don't think Cenk has much of a decision here. I think he's going to flick it in.
Little over half pot there, right? I think Cenk certainly does have a decision, just because we haven't seen anything like this from Bob.
I was gonna say that.
Should have said it faster then.
Well, you know, some of us like to think before we speak, Whitesmith. You know,
I've never been accused of that in my life. You are correct that we do get the flick in.
Yeah, you just kind of.
And the smile when he flips over the hand for Bob.
Yeah.
Cenk gonna pull in a nice little pot here, and eclipse what should be pretty close to accurate. I think Cenk's chip count should be accurate. So I believe we have the chip leader up over 6 million in chips and 50 bigs. Still relatively deep four-handed here.
Yeah, really deep.
And I'll continue until we can get the correction. And I see it in the background. It looks like 12 minutes left on this level. I'm not positive, but I believe it's a break after this level. The next one, can you see that?
Yeah, next level.
I can't quite see the time. Oh, 52 minutes for break on the time that we're seeing here. So yeah, so we one more level before the break. But yeah, we'll work on getting the chip count graphic updated. I believe still Bob is going to be on about 1.8 million in chips, and Alex will be on somewhere around 3.7 to 3.9, something in that range.
The structure for this tournament is wonderful. It's
good structure.
It's good structure.
A 6 max with the short table doesn't need a huge help to speed things along. So we've had a really, it's felt like a really good depth at the times where I've checked in on it throughout the day yesterday, and then throughout the day today. Our average stack has been at a very deep and playable stack.
Yeah, you get to play a lot of hands, and blind levels seem to be at an appropriate pace. It really is.
It's a beautiful structure by the BetMGM team and Borgata team here.
Yeah. You have space at the table.
Yeah, space at the table.
Space, more hands. What more could you ask for?
We get a limp from Bob with the king, with the offsuit king. Ricardo checking back the Jack 10 of clubs. Queen 4-4 brings some backdoor diamonds for Bob, but not a huge flop for either of them. We can see Bob working off of, I want to say that's 1.725, if I had to guess. I believe those are 500K stacks, and it looked like he had 2 100K chips in front. Pair of 7s on the turn for Bob.
Yeah, about 1.7 it looks like.
Wouldn't mind seeing a bet here from Bob.
Yeah, put out a big and a half.
A big and some change, yeah.
175, something.
Bit
like
of protection, exactly from the type of hand that Ricardo has. 2 overs. Also get value from more 7x.
125, that looks like.
Get called by some ace high as well.
Yeah.
Ace and king high.
125 from Bob is exactly that. It's that little bit of a protection bet. We're going to get a call from Ricardo. Interesting with just the jack high.
This is a little bit of a sticky float, but he might have some plans on the river. And
he
that's the
gets
plan.
the jack. He gets his value. Yeah, the plan is to hit your pair and be and be good. I think we'll see Bob check, but I'd love to see Bob put out a block.
I was going to say, Bob's probably going to think his hand's quite good here a decent amount of the time. There's check.
Goes for check, which is completely fine.
Ricardo picks up value, but with that action, I think we're going for thin value against this exact kind of hand, right?
Yeah, I don't think this is too thin. I think this is
a light
probably,
value, a low.
Yeah.
We're going for low value, and it looks like 260. Did I get that right? 265. Very close.
Mike Lavin in the chat. Good runs, buddy.
Never beating the nit allegations. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that.
And again, this pretty super milky size, just under half pot sizing.
I really like it. I really like it. It's I've become a big fan of the 40 to 45% value and bluff.
It's tough. It's a really nice size.
On the right board, it's one of those that just puts you in the blender. It twists your mind of if you can consistently do it, is it a bluff, is it value? And it feels like when things are going your way, they fold to all the bluffs, they call all the value. And it's just a really fun sizing when part of my joy of poker is messing with people at the table and having fun with it.
Yeah.
It's a fun sizing to do exactly that.
Bob's got to be thinking, what is he repping here? Did he check back a queen, check back a 4?
Yeah.
It's hard for him to really have a jack.
It is. You're in agony if you're in Bob's position, but great fold.
Bob's been playing really well, man. He has playing some good poker.
He's really thinking and making good decisions. I probably would have called there, if I'm being honest.
I probably also called too.
It's really, really tough to imagine what he could have.
It's a weird float bluff, though.
It's so weird, yeah. That the float on the turn was definitely sticky, and then when he got there, it's one of those things like, what does he have? What could he have that like takes this line? And oftentimes it's when...
You know, I wonder if Bob showing the 6-9 the hand before factors into this, or the couple hands before factors into that at all. Was that the very last hand, or was it the prior orbit?
When he was blind v blind versus Cenk?
Yeah.
That was one hand before, I believe.
Yeah.
So wondering if that factors in at all, of having seen him willing to fire, and maybe now he's going to try and fire the turn instead of waiting to the river to fire out a bluff. I wonder if it was just being sticky, having seen that with the thought to take it away on the river, or in that case, obviously, he hit his jack. We have the complete from Ricardo with the suited 7-deuce.
And the check back from Alex.
Current mystery hand from Alex checks back.
That's
King 5
suited.
clubs.
Okay.
7-4-4 brings a pair of 7s for Ricardo, backdoor straight and flush opportunities for Alex here. And Ricardo checks. He's done this a couple times today where he's limp checked with having hit top pair on these blind v blind spots. We saw it with the Queen 5 earlier. We see it here again with the 7-deuce. Alex does bet. Ricardo pretty quickly calls.
Yep.
Alex picks up the club draw on the turn.
Backdoor flush draw coming in. Can imagine a double barrel here.
Yep.
We're gonna see another one. 250 it looks like.
Ricardo not gonna go anywhere.
Ricardo very, very quick to get into the pot there. We've seen a lot of deliberate action out of Ricardo, and the four on the river
Boats up on the river
is probably gonna I was gonna say slow Alex down. Ricardo taking the lead, not wanting to get a check back. And we saw this again earlier, right? We saw this from Ricardo.
Yeah.
And I believe in that same instance, it was on that same Queen 5 hand when Ricardo had gotten the trips, Alex was able to deuce and make a correct fold. This is the kind of bet we could see with missed gut shots, with missed clubs from Ricardo's side.
Yeah.
You know, the speed of the calls is often, for a lot of people, feels like a draw. What are you thinking here?
It's a really interesting lead. I guess to your point, like, let's say Ricardo has 5-6, and maybe you're trying to fold out 8-9 or Jack-9 or Jack-8, hands that are going to bet the turn, right? And that's going to be an appropriate size to do that. I guess giving you liberty to bet a hand like, to donk a hand like 5-6 gives you the liberty to donk a pair. I don't know. It's just an interesting line on the river.
Finds the fold. Yeah, I think Ricardo limping pre-flop. He still has aces, kings, queens, and I think those lines might just check, or those hands might just check call.
We did see Ricardo do that with I think a wheel ace once or twice as well.
And I think we've seen this from Ricardo a couple times now, where when he has kind of these middling hands, he very often just leads them out. And for very small, I mean, we saw it with the ace-4 versus king-queen. He didn't want to check call ace high, so instead he just leads out, putting the onus on the other player.
Now, let's be real. That's not a middling hand right there. He had 7s full by the time he's doing the lead. And we saw that with the trip queens as well, doing the lead. I mean, my take on it is trying to avoid the check back, trying to get whatever additional value you can. And we've only seen it so far with value. We haven't seen too many opportunities for that to have been a bluff. The bluff seemed to have been a little bit earlier in the play. Bob picking up the ace-queen here and on what looks to be about 1.5 million. Maybe 1.6.
A little bit more, like 1.6, 1.7 mil, it looks like. With the 2 white chips in front, too, maybe 1.8.
Let's see.
Just going for the open here, it looks like. The few hands that we got to see Bob play, I thought he navigated post-flop really well. I was impressed by that.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen a lot of that just kind of in general today. There hasn't really been many missteps. Even some of the calls that have been incorrect have been very, very understandable. And that's, it's fun to see. It's fun to see people playing different styles, but still really solid poker.
Yeah.
Cenk and Alexander have been battling it out in very aggressive ways.
We haven't heard from Cenk in a minute.
We have not. I don't think we're going to hear from him here unless he's got devious ideas.
Takes down the blinds in the ante with the ace-queen.
Good chip up for Bob. I'd like for that other red stack to get even. That'll make the count easier to eyeball. But if I can eyeball it, I believe Alex has close to 2 million in whites, but I can't tell if those are going to be 20 stacks. I'm going to assume Alex is going with 20 stacks, which would give close to 2 million in whites, 1 million stack in reds, and then what looked to be close to maybe another 150,000 on top of that. Oh, I missed the second stack of red. So that's going to be close to 3.7 in red and white. We're going to see the 7-4 open from the button. Cenk with the king-7 in the small blind.
Really loose open from Alex. I mean, gotta remember, Cenk is not like overfolding.
Cenk hasn't really defended the small blind too much, but now we're going to see a 3-bet here from Cenk.
Love this 3-bet. With
King-7
suited.
And Bob wakes up with queens in the big blind. Bob off of, let's see if we can do this. That should be 1.6 and change.
If you're in Bob's shoes, you've seen these two guys going at it, so you know you might jam and just get a walk here.
It's not impossible, and it's going to be close to 1 million more for Cenk when Bob sticks this in.
Cenk is going to hate this.
Cenk is going to have to whip out his calculator for this one.
Think about that one. Hopefully that we'll get our graphs back accurate shortly. I'm pretty. We can't see what blue is behind, but it looks like that should be about 1.65, 1.7 million. So it should be about a million, maybe 1.1 to call.
Bob's got to be
Something in
feeling
that
good
range.
when he asks for a count.
Yeah.
He knows he's ahead here. He's just. If you're in Bob's shoes, do you want to call here?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You
I've
wanna
got
take
I've
this?
got queens. You're going to be against one over, or you're going to be against an under pair. There's a chance you could be dominating like a queen jack, queen 10 kind of hand.
This is true.
As soon as he says, "Can I get a count?" Yes, I immediately want. Well, this is queens we're talking about. This isn't like 8s or 9s or something. If it was 8s or 9s and I saw this, of course I would still want to call, but I'd be a little bit more inclined to say, "Yeah, oh please, please fold."
Yeah.
With queens, as soon as he asks for that count, then yeah, 100% want to call.
And what do you do in Cenk's shoes?
Cenk is just.
You're dominated by everything. Ace king.
It's 6 bigs, right?
Yeah.
Cenk looks. Oh, what's going on? Graphics. Cenk looks disgusted. He just has no idea. It's how much more? Okay, finally.
There we go. The graphics do get updated, at least for Bob's stack. We'll get Alex's stack updated soon enough.
Got to call off roughly 10 big blinds here. It's not.
Yeah, it was a little bit more.
Yeah.
It looks to be a little bit more than we eyeballed.
I think he folds here.
Yeah, I mean,
I would.
if it was
Preserving
7 or
your
6,
stack as well is worth a lot.
If this is accurate,
Yeah.
it looks like 1.5. Okay, if he's got 1.5 in red, he had a couple whites, so that makes sense for it to be about 1.9 total. So it looks like we'll have that accurate again. This feels terrible to fold in Cenk's spot, but
it's okay. He still has chips. He can
Yeah.
move on from this one. And I think he's playing this out just a little bit. And maybe he's unsure what to do.
well, if your math is
Oh, he
it
calls.
makes the
Wow.
call. Wow. If your math is like ace queen, then you wanna get your chips in here, right?
Let's see what happens here.
Cenk does make the call. Bob Hwang is going to be all in and at risk with a pair of queens, including the queen of hearts. Cenk Cerci makes a call with king 7 of hearts. We'll go to the flop.
Bob's got to dodge that king.
And the
there
king
it
on
is.
the flop is going to...
You see him shaking his head. It's very disappointing. This
Yeah.
could have been a huge spot. Let's see
Oh,
if he can
paint
hit
on the turn, but it's the jack. Down to one of the final 2 queens here.
The 6 on the river.
Does not
GG,
find
Bob.
it.
Well played.
Bob Hwang
Very
gets
well
it in
played,
well.
Bob.
Gets the call that I assume that he wants and just isn't able to hold on. Out in 4th place here at the Borgata Spring Poker Open Super Deep 6 Max.
Well played, man. Nice to meet you.
Very, very well played by Bob. He's going to walk out of here with $12,375 on a $580 buy-in. A very nice return there. Very, very well played, Bob. Thought he navigated things today incredibly well.
Well played. Great run. Just really unfortunate, and that's part of poker. He had a dream spot, a spot that you'd take any day of the week, and then unfortunately his villain just hit.
Didn't go his way today.
Yeah. So
Queens haven't done well against the 1 over king.
no, it's a good point.
We'll go 3-handed. Again, our chip graphic is still off. Cenk Cerci should be somewhat accurate on around that 8 million mark. Ricardo it should be relatively accurate on around that 5 million mark. Alex Petrucelli does have a lot more than 1.1 million here. Alex Petrucelli should be just under 4 million, right around 4 million in chips. There's 2 million in red stacks, and the white stack in front should be about 1.6, 1.7. I couldn't quite see the depth there. So we are looking at a minimum of about 3.7. I'm going to assume closer to 3.9 million for Alex Petrucelli.
It's these 3, Alex, Cenk, and Ricardo, the 3 that have been shown most willing to battle.
They were the big stacks coming into today.
Yep.
And have most certainly been the most active and aggressive. And
this should be a very fun 3-handed lineup. I'm looking forward to this.
I expect we'll get a good amount of collisions because we're deep enough too that you can fight back and forth. And as long as we don't get someone coolered out of here, I think we could have a pretty fun match here. The first hand goes the way of Cenk Cerci, I believe that was. Did I miss that? Was that Alex or Cenk?
Cenk took that one down.
That's what it looked like.
Shows him here as under the gun, but reality is just the button. Easy open him for Cenk here.
Opens
Blinds
to
did just go up, so we're at 100,000 small blind, 150,000 big blind, and 150,000 big blind ante. So the raise to 300 is just the standard min raise that we've been seeing.
Ricardo has a hand that can 3-bet here. Pretty much pure.
1,050,000.
There you go. He 3-bet to...
What was the number? 1,050,000?
Yep.
And wow, and Alex wakes up with queens in the big blind. It is not all in to call. Alex should have about 3.5 million behind.
I think shove here makes sense.
It should be what, about 23, 25 bigs. And we do get the all in.
And fold.
Hopefully we get the count here, though, so we can get the graphic back and updated.
Yes,
that would be nice.
the count would be... He just asked how much.
1.9, 2.2, 2.6, 2.675.
2.675 on top.
How much is it?
So it was 3.725, I believe, total, unless I missed one of the stacks.
Yeah.
Got
it
so
updated.
It is 2.8.
Perfect.
What's that?
Happy to get the graphic updated here.
It's a bit of posturing here, I think,
yeah,
by Ricardo.
Just an easy fold here. It's just...
Well, Ricardo's been very deliberate.
Yep.
Not rushed any decision today. We haven't seen too many significantly long Hollywoods. Like, we haven't seen Ricardo taking, minutes on a decision.
No.
But pretty much every decision has been thought out and not rushed at any point. Even some of those that might be a little bit quicker.
100%.
Which, is very reasonable on any final table of just making sure that no matter what it is, you make sure you read the cards right, think it through, and even if it's 3 or 4 seconds before folding, it's kind of been a consistent image for Ricardo, and this a little bit
absolutely
bigger of a spot than some of those, and not much of a decision there, and a nice chip up for Alex Petrucelli here.
I think everyone's been respectful with pace of play at this final table.
Certainly
appreciated. Cenk with the 2x, or close to 2x.
And we'll throw the very quick caveat of if these are now accurate and correctly updated, which I think we will be having had that announced. I don't believe Ricardo's or Cenk's chip stacks were off. I believe it was pretty much just Alex and Bob's that were off. So when chips and pots were going from either of those, I believe Ricardo and Cenk stayed accurate. So hopefully we'll be able to get a good quick eyeball of Alex's chips and get a pretty good confirmation. I think we'll be accurate again now. If so, you can see one double basically flips Alex or Ricardo with Cenk almost exactly. And if the two small stacks collide, we would pretty much be either heads up or to almost nothing with a pretty much even stack. So pretty fun distribution, 25, 25, 50% of the chips, roughly.
Definitely a fun distribution. These guys are pretty deep. Anybody's game? As expected? Or maybe not as expected.
That looks like more than on the graphic. That looks like that's going to be about 2 million in front, 2 million stacks on the side, so close to 4.7, maybe 5.1 for Alex.
I think we're going to get another blind v blind tango here.
Hey, and who else would it be except for Alex and Cenk? Jack 4 of hearts for Alex raising. 8-4 of diamonds defending for Cenk. We'll see a flop. 2 diamonds and a heart, no pair.
Cenk with the flush draw.
Alex with the current best hand and a backdoor draw.
Yep. Oh, surprised to see the check back here. Oh, sorry. I thought Alex was on the button for whatever reason.
Pre-flop aggressor and out of position check, yep. Now, same flush draw, or flush draws for both. Jack high for Alex, still in the lead.
Lucas, what do we think about the check here on the turn? How would you approach this spot if you were in
Looks like we're going to get
position?
2/3 pot. That looks like 625, 650, or I can tell if that's 6 or 550. Either way, more than half pot.
I think with his hand, I wouldn't mind a bet.
750.
Sort of exactly for this reason. Now when you're facing a bet, you're out of position. You have Jack 4 high. You have a flush draw on a double paired board.
What
kind of a tough spot.
Again,
what
really
is going
uncomfortable.
that size for value, though?
A 5?
Any
Maybe
queen, any
Slow play
5.
queen.
Are you really going that size for value? Because what are you going to get value from? Ace high, maybe?
He might be thinking Alex called him before with a worse hand than a 4, so maybe he's thinking Alex is a bit sticky, wants to hang around, and he can get value. I don't think flush draws are supposed to fold. Well,
A double paired board.
Yeah, his specific hand seems okay as a fold, but some higher flush draws, that might just be ahead.
Yeah.
Some ace high, king high, queen, sorry, ace or king high flush draws definitely could continue.
But are they going to continue for that size? Because that was close to that was not a full pot, but it was close to a full pot. That was what, bet 80?
Yeah, I think it was
More?
a bit chunky. I think
So
It was a bit large.
talking about that magical number before that half pot size. I think
Yeah, I think half pot.
And
half pot puts good pressure on.
here's Cenk in the small blind with 9s, and which is why I go back to what are we taking that size with for value? Where having the flush draw and a Jack high might be good there, like that might be, that's a really interesting spot for me because the sizing doesn't make sense for value.
He could have some pocket pairs that decided to just call some like 5s, 6s, well not 5s, but like 6s, 7s, 8s that didn't jam or raise pre-flop, facing the raise.
We have Cenk picking up the 9s here in the small blind, is going to put in the raise.
We got to remember too with the big blind ante, big blind defense becomes a bit trickier as well.
Yeah.
You're going to be in the blinds 1 in every 2, 2 out of 3 times.
Yeah. You're going to be in the big blind every third hand, putting in 300,000 in chips.
So
Cenk obviously getting the hand to be able to do it there, but keeping his foot on the gas, pretty much what we've seen all day. And it looks like it should be accurate of up almost 9 million for Cenk. Just trying to eyeball, that looks pretty close to accurate. We can't see, I can't tell if that's 3 or 4 stacks of red.
yeah, and for the second and third place stacks too, they're pretty level. So it can become, no one wants to be the first one to lose that sort of medium to small size pot.
I think Cenk's stack might be under repped as well. That might be a bit more, because that's 4 million in whites. It looks like 4 more million in reds, plus the stack of white and red on top. So I'm thinking he's closer to 9.8 million.
Alex with what I would presume to be an easy defend here.
Yep. Cenk opening the ace-8. Alex with the king-8 in the big blind.
We know this because the cards are face up, but they've Every time they've mixed up, they're very often dominated by the other.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be high dominated. It could be dominated anywhere.
Jack 4 and 8-4 last hand.
All
hearts
hearts. Jack 10, 5 of hearts. Alex with the king of hearts. Cenk with the ace high in front now, the 8 of hearts. We're going to get a few chips in here for sure.
Yeah. I mean, a bet here and
275 it looks like.
Alex is not going to go anywhere.
275 from Cenk. Do you play this as a check raise if you're, or are you just going to play this as a check call?
More than likely a call.
Trying to find the king flush here.
What hands I would think operate really well as a check raise is 7-8 with an 8 or 7 of hearts. Hands of that nature. Queen 8 with an 8 of hearts. I think King 8 has... King 8 with the King of Hearts has enough equity just to call. You don't want to be blown off the equity there, I believe. What are your thoughts, Lucas?
Yeah, I think mainly call, a little bit of check raising every once in a while.
4 of diamonds on the turn doesn't really change anything here. Alex checks to Cenk again.
He does check back.
And the 5 of diamonds on the river, not a bad bluff card here for a King 8.
Whitesmith, you're in Alex's shoes. What are you doing here?
Well, that's what I was just saying. It's not a bad bluff card. It's a card I'd love to see like a 1.1.
Seems like a good sizing.
Maybe if you really want to do it, you go 1.5, 1.6.
See check here.
Check, and Cenk gonna get some good news. Yeah, it's weird to turn a missed flush draw into a bluff, but if it was the ace of hearts, then it's a missed flush draw into a bluff that I don't like because you still have the showdown value.
Yeah.
The King 8, it was a really good, in my opinion, really good river card to make a bluff, and having the king high there, it's not quite the same showdown value.
Yeah, I think maybe a consideration for Alex there was the fact that you do block some hands that you want to fold. You do want to fold out some king highs.
Right.
Having the king of hearts isn't the best. Could go either way there on the river.
But there's not a whole lot that you're ever beating.
Right.
If it goes to a showdown there.
I agree.
There really isn't that much.
Yeah.
There certainly are things, right? Don't get me wrong. We've seen Cenk opening plenty, but that board was as disconnected from it's disconnected from the types of hands that Cenk would open, and he's then still beating.
And also we have to consider what hands we're gonna get there with as bluffs, and that's definitely I feel like there's a lot of showdown-y hands, and that's one of the hands that just has.
I imagine he's gonna get to the river there with a good amount of single hard hands.
Yeah.
And with the king high, it's gonna be one of the better hands you get to the river with. So maybe not as much incentive to bluff, but I could see definitely on the river there going for like a block or an overbet type situation.
Yeah.
The 5 on the river is like a 5-6 is going to be the kind of hand that's going to peel the flop if you've got the heart.
Yeah.
And you hit the 5 and you want to get the value. And there's a lot of suited hands defending your big blind as well.
Yeah.
So Cenk could be slowing down against potential flushes. And there's a lot of hands that you can bet high for value there. Like if I have the 5, I want to bet high for value.
Right.
If I have a flush, I still am going to bet that for value on the river, and I'm going to size up. Which is where my opinion, I really like turning that specific King 8 into a bluff. Queen 8 very similarly, even more so.
Family pot here on the final table, 3-handed.
Ricardo flops a flush draw. It's not much.
Best hand with the 10 high and the flush draw.
And not much else cooking for anybody else. I imagine.
I would think Ricardo's going to be c-bet, take it down here, right?
Yep. Yeah. And
crazier things have happened with this group, but
I still think
Alex
that
flatting out of the small blind is a lot of weird weak aces. I think 3-handed it would tend to be weaker aces. Maybe something that we've seen a lot of the 3-bets with them, but
Alex has a tendency to 3-bet
instead of flat out of position.
Yeah.
Yeah. A new hand dynamic, though. We haven't seen that much today with the multi-way pot and the flat out of the small blind there from either Alex or Cenk. We haven't seen that much.
Small blind flats are always tricky. They're very often times it's a hand that you could 3-bet or jam. And it's always very difficult playing out of position to 1 or maybe even 2 players if the big blind completes. So definitely one of the trickier spots to play.
That exact type of hand category, the 8-6, is the type of hands that you'll see, the 8-6, 9-7, 8-7. You know, those certainly can be played as 3-bets at times, but they're the kind of hands that will be fairly cheap to see suited hands out of position. Not the worst to see. You know, to try and get a flop relatively cheap without committing that much more. We're going to get one of my favorite hands, the 3-deuce suited, opening the button here from Alex.
The clean diaper.
The clean diaper. I have a lot of history with this hand.
One of
so I was informed before the stream.
favorite hands, 3-deuce suited.
Shout out to Nunley if he's in the area. I did him absolutely dirty with it a few years ago before I'd met him. We'll go into that one at a later date. But let's just say Grun's moniker of worst player in PA that he gave me last night would have held up from that hand.
Alex is not backing down on the button. He is
doesn't matter.
Raising
close to
a lot.
anything.
Here we go.
Big blind defend from Ricardo. Picks up a gut shot. Open end for Alex. The 6 would be kind of a rough card. Ricardo taking a lead here. Just under half pot here, 45% or so.
Now with the
Alex
open
not going
ender
anywhere.
and the backdoor hearts, think we ever see a raise here? Think you just call in position? Wow.
We get a rip. And I love it. I love it. Quick snap fold from Ricardo.
No Hollywooding there.
I think the first no Hollywood from Ricardo.
Yeah.
Let's see. That's going to bring it. It has us back to Alex at 3.7, Ricardo at 3.6 million. I think those graphs are still a little bit off. If I'm eyeballing Ricardo's stack, that looks like that should be about 4.8 or so.
Yep. I don't know.
We unfortunately can't eyeball Alex's stack with the graphic up here. Looks like 2 and change, 3 and change, probably similarly 4 and change, something in that area.
Ace Jack for Cenk and clear raise to 300.
Another easy VPIP for him.
I'm curious these VPIP stats. I mean, we're short-handed in a 6 max. I'm curious to see just how high some of these are going to look. And there is your open, 300. Ricardo with the Jack 9 in the small blind.
A close-up shot there.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be about 4.9 or so for Ricardo. I was trying to eyeball as we got a little bit of closer look at the chips on the side. The Queen Jack for Alex in the big blind is going to be a pretty easy defend.
Yeah. Gonna take a flop.
King 5. Cenk still in front with the ace high. You see, looks to be 225 coming out here from Cenk. I wouldn't be surprised if Alex decides to float one here. With the button open dynamics, the queen high certainly could still be good.
If he's going to continue, would maybe prefer to see continue via check raise, have some fold equity.
But are you going to check raise a king?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely
you could check
merit
raise a
to
king,
raising a
check raise a 5 for value, for protection. You could Because if you're only check raising your 5, you're not really protected. The other guy can click you, and you're kind of put in this really grim spot.
Sure.
But he does continue here. Backdoor clubs come in. Maybe we see some creativity here. Cenk gonna go for a double barrel here.
This is interesting.
Like another little small bleed you out bet, 325, I believe.
But Alex might sniff this
What is
out
he
as a
trying
bit
to
of
bleed him out from? Like worse ace highs?
It could very well be.
with the jack of
It
clubs.
just
He
seems a little too.
might sense this for weakness and try and pounce on it. Grabs what looks like calling chips and then puts them back.
It's gonna
and
be a
then
fold.
folds.
Interesting.
Okay.
It's an interesting
So
hand.
got a quick glance there during the fold, and it looks like just shy of 2 million in whites. We're gonna get a layout there. Yep, looks like just shy of 2 million in whites. We see at least 1 million in reds. I believe the stack behind is also blues. So we're looking at about 3.3, 3.5, something in that range for Alex. A little bit more than the we have, but not a whole lot. Cenk certainly has a little bit more than that graphic as well. Cenk, I think I see over 7 million or so in whites if I saw, or close to 7 million in whites. And then at least 4 in red. So Cenk, I believe, is going to be a little over 11 million in chips. And Ricardo certainly more than the 3.5.
Yeah,
Ricardo
definitely.
looks to be about, what is that, 4.8, 4.86, 4.76.
Raising the small blind here with the 10-9-0. Playing just over 20 big blinds effective here.
Cenk does not like to fold. Especially in these wide spots.
We get
It seems
Ricardo is rocking the Ibiza final boss look very well. Nice call out from the chat.
This is also a relatively small raise. From Alex.
We've seen this a few times when Cenk wakes up with these kind of bottom hands. It's almost as if he's trying to talk himself out of it, you know? It's like,
I wonder if it's just a setup, you know? If it's just like I'm taking my time on these bad hands so that when I take my time with the good hand, then it
Yeah.
you know, or as the bluff as well. So it's not just taking my time with, you know, only real decisions or really, really strong hands. It's the taking my time with both, so when I actually make the play, that it's not that big of an outlier from a timing tell.
three-handed action. Alex on the button.
With a queen deuce, we've seen 7 deuce.
Yeah, this
opened,
is, I mean, okay, he ends up folding.
but I think that was a suited 7 deuce.
Cenk again here with ace queen o in the small blind. Let's see if he decides to raise it this time. Now again, goes
Just the
for the
limp.
limp.
Ricardo with the 5 deuce is the exact class of hands we've talked about raises before.
This hand can also go for the raise. Elects to just check it back.
Suited may be a little bit more fun to see a flop.
Some of these lower wheel ones can get in the mix for sure, but
Second time Cenk has limped and had a really bad flop for an ace queen.
yeah. The other flop, I believe, was more paired the turn, so it was felt a lot cleaner. But
I like this bet from Ricardo a lot.
Yeah.
I mean that's not a range that ace queen is gonna like. We see that, but he limp checks. Like, what are you limp checking there? You know,
Yeah.
it's kind of a weird dynamic for someone who's been as aggressive as this.
Cenk's gonna get
King of clubs on the turn brings in a gut shot for Cenk. Ricardo's still just the 5 high.
Yep.
Pretty quickly checks back.
Makes sense. He's gonna navigate some rivers.
Yeah, recognizing the king as a bad card. That's going to be interesting if Cenk checks.
Does
the
Ricardo,
7
does Ricardo fire?
Can decently hit Ricardo's range, and I think if he does bet, he should
size this up a little bit.
I think he has to bet
600, 800. What are we going to get?
He goes for a bit on the smaller side, like a 40%-ish.
Yeah, that same 40%,
yeah. Or even smaller.
Even less, yeah. Yeah, a little under.
Making it a nightmare for Cenk.
Right around that 40, right? A little over a third.
I think
a little
we're
under a third. What
gonna
were we
see
at
the
before?
single chip flick in.
Under. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were at six something. So if we were at 735, he's a little bit less.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit different here, Lucas. I think this is a bit tougher. Not saying he's gonna fold, but
we do get the call. Very good call from Cenk here.
Second time he's had a blind v blind. Second time he calls down on the river correctly with ace high.
Yeah.
Fun's also good. 5.
On a board pairing river.
Very, very interesting. Now he's been in a spot where he's shown both of the ace queens on the table at showdown, and they've seen that with the limps. That'll buy him some flops with hands that he wants to see flops with, should he so choose, as we move forward here.
Conversely, it also might weaken his raising range, right? If he's not raising ace-queen, then maybe he's raising a little bit too much trash.
Yeah, we'll see.
And these players are all very sharp, so would not be surprised to see them picking up on something like that.
Ricardo with what looks to be 2, 3, probably close to 4 million, like 3.8 to 4 million. Cenk's chip stack, we have the 6 million in front. We've got 4 million in red stack. So Cenk is certainly above that 10 million mark. Looks to be probably like 11.5-ish, 11.6, something in that range.
Ricardo here, I can see either option, either limp or raise. Wouldn't mind seeing a raise, though.
That is some raising chips.
Yep. Finds it.
Thank you.
We have 400, 500, 425?
It's like 425, yeah.
Okay. Good. That's connected enough. I would expect we'll see a defend here.
I don't think we've seen these guys tango too much blind v blind, so it will be interesting to see. And he actually
Just
folds.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if we can eyeball there. That looks just under 2, just under 3. 3.5, 3.5, 3.4 to 3.7 for Alex. Should be 4.5-ish for Ricardo, and like 11.5 for Cenk.
Yeah, Cenk just has all the chips right now.
Very, very comfortable spot. Getting to choose to be aggressive.
Do you guys think Cenk is in a spot where he can start going for some open jams, or we
We're too deep for that. We're both of the other stacks. If the eyeball is correct and Alex is on 3.5, 3.7, and Ricardo's on 4.5, then we're a little too deep for the open jams here.
He is getting close, though. If the blind levels go up, or he picks a pot up off of each one of them.
Yeah, I think with their stacks being close to each other, that gives him more freedom for the jams. But he doesn't have such a commanding chip lead that it becomes less painful should they wake up with it.
Ooh.
And the limp jam with the 10-6-0.
That is really, really aggressive.
And we might get updated chip counts here.
We'll see. We should get a clean count for Alex. We're not
This
going
is
to get
one
a
of those
clean count for
hands
Cenk.
you ISO for value, but facing a jam, you'd be hard pressed to find a call. But let's see what Cenk
3,075,000.
decides to do.
75.
Wow.
Oh, it looks like that may have been accurate then. I see
3
it.
million.
75.
Okay.
It is. It's accurate.
Yeah. I still don't. I mean, trying to
20
eyeball
big
it doesn't
blinds.
look like
20
it.
bigs.
I think Cenk's just gonna muck this one. You also got to
is-
remember if he calls and loses this pot, he's effectively then tied.
Again, I'm not confident that he doesn't have more. 'Cause if we can see 10, I think we can see 11 million in
6,
stacks right there.
7, 8.
I think we can see 11 million between the clean even stacks of white and red.
Does he have 5 red? Oh, okay. Still a tough call either way.
I mean, I'm not loving a king here.
Yeah.
No, I think this stack is accurate. This is really close.
This
I
is
mean,
one of
it's
those mergey
uncomfortable
hands you raise to get some value from worse king highs, jack highs.
You don't think so?
No.
I may be off on my stack sizes here.
Yeah,
It's
each
uncomfortable.
stack, each red stack there is 500,000 in chips. Looks like he has 4 of them.
Yeah.
Maybe
so I was-
5, just
If
under
Cenk-
5 of those.
If Cenk thinks that Alex is going to be doing this with pocket 2s, 3s, 4, which he should be, doesn't King Jack become much more?
Do we think that
I-
Alex is doing this with dominated kings? Do we think that he's ever facing king 10 in this spot?
Honestly, maybe. I mean, he's facing 10-6. I wouldn't.
Well, we can see that.
I think it's a lot trickier to find this calling game, I think.
We saw the king 7, but that was much less to the 3-bet.
King 7's a
squeeze.
lot more of that hand class that likes to do this type of thing, or maybe even like a king deuce suited.
Well, we saw make the call with the king 7, but that was against a much smaller
Yeah,
3-bet or squeeze over his 3-bet.
yeah. Cenk, though, really taking his time here.
Appropriately. I mean, this is a really, really close decision in a big spot.
3-handed 2.
I think he's going to make the call.
You think he tank calls this off?
I don't
is
know.
dominated.
I don't know. I
I
have
mean,
no
the first
idea.
thing that comes to your mind when this happens is ace king, right? Ace king, ace jack.
Not really. Not
No.
blind v blind.
I think
Not
the
blind
first-
v blind?
I think the first thing that comes to my mind are those low to mid pairs.
Yeah, like deuces, 3s, 4s.
Against an aggressive player, you think, too, like, you'd give Cenk a lot of rope. Tank
He
folds,
is going to
yeah.
fold.
I think
Very
correctly
good
so.
pickup for Alex.
Nice
Yeah.
move, Alex. Respect.
Definitely a sweat in Alex's shoes.
Still think
You are not loving the tank there.
no,
No, not at all.
You're happy
earlier,
you faded the snap. but-
Earlier, we were seeing a lot of the tank fold, but then we saw the tank call, and that immediately changed the ability for that tank to get called, to end in the call.
Shout out to Spencer in the chat. How you doing, Spence?
Spencer is one of Lucas and I's close friend. Happy he's watching. Give him the shout out.
Right after, we get Alex opening the button with the 7-3 of diamonds.
Alex is a fighter.
I mean, if you're opening 7-2 suited on your button 3-handed, you better be opening 7-3 suited.
I respect how Alex plays poker.
It's been fun to watch. It's been a fun final table. It's been a quiet
has
final
You
table.
don't know what's
from
going to happen
Chatter.
next.
Yeah, we don't.
Keep you on your toes.
Yeah, and it's not a lot of raise, call, c-bet, fold. Raise, call, c-bet, fold. We're seeing a lot of, or just fold to the blinds. And
I think Cenk is taking a little bit too long with Jack Deuce off in the small blind there. I would have liked to see a little bit quicker of action.
You know, at the same time, if we see at any point any of those become a 3-bet, then it justifies all of it.
Yeah, I guess.
And look at this flop for Ricardo, just defending, just calling. Flops top 2. Alex picks up the bottom pair.
And Alex is probably aware this board is quite good for his range, so he might choose to attack it.
Yeah.
A good amount here with a double and triple barrel. Let's see if Alex fast plays that, or Ricardo fast plays this.
645.
He does.
I hear 675? 645. It's a good sizing. Makes it easy to get a stack in on a call here on the turn. A good pot size, or good SPR for that turn shove.
Wow.
Just 5 back.
Alex makes the call. We now have just under pot left for Ricardo. 5 of diamonds on the turn. No improvement for Alex. See what sizing Ricardo chooses. Yep, it's just the snap rip. Snap rip.
Alex can't call here, right?
Do you think this is ever a bet with like a combo draw?
Yeah.
And even if it is, you're facing so
much
many.
equity.
That's exactly what.
Very
I was
often
about
the
to
tricky
say.
part with these middle and bottom pairs is even if you're right, you're still flipping. So it can be tricky, especially like maybe not a Jack 10 of spades because that might just jam pre-flop, but you can imagine those types of hands, maybe a Queen 10 of spades.
Sure.
7-6 of spades, maybe, type of hand.
Alex taking time on this decision.
Yeah.
Not immediately folding.
I just think a call here would be such
There
a
it
big
goes.
blunder. Yeah.
It's just it's like even when that call is right, like you said, then you're still flipping against almost everything that would be making that, that move.
It's
about the only thing would be like a low, the low end of that combo draw, like the 6-4 of spades kind of thing.
Yeah.
We are going on a break. We'll be about 12, 13 minutes or so. We'll be back here at the Borgata Spring Poker Open at the Borgata Casino, Hotel, and Spa for the BetMGM's BetMGM, or powered by BetMGM. We have the final table, the Super Deep 6 Max. We'll be returning 3-handed in about 10, 12 minutes. We will be back.
biggest sunrise in a row. Proving you're right or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Hello and welcome back to the Borgata Casino Hotel and Spa in Atlantic City, New Jersey, as we continue our action at the Borgata Spring Poker Open, powered by BetMGM. We're three-handed in the super deep 6-max final table. Our final three contestants, Alex Petrucelli coming back to just over 13 bigs. Cenk Cerci coming back as our chip leader with just under 50 bigs. And Lucas, please help me with Ricardo's last name.
And Ricardo Eyzaguirre coming back with 21 big blinds.
Thank you very much.
He does that so well.
It's almost as if I speak Spanish.
Good thing we have a Spanish speaker in the booth.
Yeah, it's a lot better than it would come from my end. And still, Matt McNeil joined by Justin Peeler and Lucas Bernoulli.
Yep, that's how you say it.
I keep wanting to butcher it, and I keep wanting to intentionally butcher it because you got that in my head.
You can say
you got that in my head. As we carry through, we'll be back in the action shortly. Again, three-handed. Our contestants currently have $18,525 locked up. The jump to second place would be up to $26,585, and our champion will get $38,275, as well as the two trophies that we'll see on the screen in just a moment, with the BetMGM trophy and the Borgata trophy as well.
Still feel for Bob the way he went out.
Yeah, I mean, Bob definitely did very, very well. Didn't put a foot wrong and just got, unfortunately dealt out of the tournament on that one.
It happens.
I think we've seen a lot of good play throughout the day today. We haven't really. We've seen some people mixing it up, but we haven't seen anything that's like unjustifiably like weird call off for no reason kind of spots. Some people with a 3-bet that makes sense, but now finds himself at the King 7 suited at that weird depth of like, am I priced into call?
Yeah.
In that same hand that we're talking about with Bob, and just a lot of fun, aggressive play, but also it seemed to be very, very solid, and at times finding the disciplined folds or finding the spots to make these moves, and it's made for a fun afternoon so far.
Yeah, and I guess I feel for Bob because I went out in a similar way. I stuck it in ace queen suited. There's an open.
You lost a flip.
No, but then a whale behind me named Lucas Bernoulli, thought nines was good to roll with.
Listen, I think these cast of characters that we have here have put on a great poker show.
Absolutely.
Very aggressive. No one's going to back down, so let's see how this develops here three-handed.
Okay. We're back.
Looks like our cards are in the air. We have Cenk Cerci on the button with the 6-3. And we're getting to a depth with Alex being under 15 bigs that three-handed with the big blinds coming around quickly. I expect we'll be seeing a good amount of action from Alex. And Ricardo immediately putting Alex at risk from the small blind. The 8-7 not going to be enough to run it. Ricardo scoops up a pot. And I believe we also used the time and also it sounds like we may have been correct before, but our chip counts should be good. We see the payouts up on the screen here. Again, as we continue three-handed here at the Borgata in AC. For those just joining or unsure of what's going on, what's to come, there is also the Almighty stack that is on its second day one right now. That will play down to a final table Monday, which will be streamed. The next week we have the main event. Do we have any of the signature events that you guys are looking to play, or are we going to see you guys back on the felt?
It's a good chance I'll be in the main. Lucas is unsure as well, but we'll see. Hopefully. The main is... I fired a bullet in the Almighty last night, because why not? Busted pretty close to the day two.
We have the all-in from here. Alex here in the small blind, and oh wow, Cenk wakes up with the ace-king suited in the big blind. We're most certainly going to have a call here once he looks down.
Yep, Cenk is quickly going to call here. Yeah.
Alex will be all-in and at risk with king-jack offsuit. Cenk Cerci ahead in a dominating fashion with the ace-king of hearts. We're going to need a jack for Alex or some straight cards or 4 flush to stay alive. No help on the flop. Does have backdoor straight. The 2 of diamonds doesn't bring in any new outs, down to just 3 jacks.
3 outs for...
Ace on the river is going to spell the end of the day for Alex Petrucelli.
Good game, Alex.
Very, very well played, Alex. Been a lot of fun watching you battle. A lot of aggression, a lot of fun hands, a lot of interesting spots to find. Very, very well played.
Very valiant effort from Alex.
18,525 for 3rd place. I believe we're going to be going on another break in just a moment here as we're getting set for the heads-up match.
Getting those beautiful trophies set up right in the middle there. That trophy is so clean.
Getting the stage ready for this heads-up match. I believe we are. Excuse me. We are going to get a hand of heads up before we do go on break here. Apologies.
I left.
Part of heads-up tournament poker, my personal favorite part of the tournament.
I mean, yes, heads-up tournament poker is my favorite place to be as well, because that means you got to heads up.
Heads-up cash too, man. It's a fun format.
Put them here, right? 3 million.
For those guys who like to play a lot of hands, this is the format for you.
4.2 million. 4.2.
Borgata has run a couple of heads-up tournaments, like exclusively heads-up tournament in like a knockout bracket, and those are always fun.
Yeah.
I met Darren Elias in my first round, got matched up against him.
How'd that go?
We took it down against Darren. So.
Nice. BetMGM ambassador Darren
Plug in our
Elias.
podcast. We also have a podcast with Darren Elias. It was quickly in all in.
Wow. 23 big blind open rip from Cenk.
And I think with an appropriate hand.
Play or discuss a deal? We can discuss a deal, but I'm going to want a little more money than what I'm supposed to get. Is that okay with you?
Any jams.
We can discuss a deal, but I'm going to want a little more money what I see.
Yeah, I always discuss, and then at the end, if we agree or not.
Okay, can you pause the clock for us by chance?
Yeah, like 4.
That looks like they're going to do.
They're gonna discuss a deal.
Some wheeling and dealing gonna go on.
We'll see.
I have a lot of big blinds, though.
So that's why.
We'll see if this is gonna lead to a deal. We'll give it just a moment, but I believe we do have a little bit of an extended break here.
Yes. Be quick. Thank you. Can you do an ICM? Do you have someone to do the ICM calculations for us? Thank you, brother.
So the payouts, I don't know what the payouts are about.
I think it's 38,250 and 26.
Okay, we are gonna be on going on about a 20-minute break. There's a little bit of discussion going on here, but we'll be coming back to heads-up action in about 20 minutes, 22 minutes or so. So apologies for another break so quickly and a little bit of an extended break, but we will be back with heads-up action shortly down here at the Borgata in Atlantic City in this Super Deep 6 Max final table at the Borgata Spring Poker Open powered by BetMGM.
Can you tell me again the payouts?
I think first is 38,250. Second is like 26,875. I think. I was, yeah, two's big one.
Do you have a calculator?
seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Hello and welcome back to the Heads Up, what will be the conclusion. We expect to be playing to the conclusion in Borgata in Atlantic City. Heads Up of the Borgata Spring Poker Open, powered by BetMGM Poker's super deep 6-max event. We were a little bit shorter on the break than we thought. We came back a little bit sooner. We're coming back to a heads-up match between Cenk Cerci and Ricardo
Eyzaguirre.
Thank you, Lucas. We did hear that there was a deal made over the break, so they're still playing. There's playing for what looks to be just shy of $2,500 to the winner of this heads-up match, as well as the 2 trophies that we see in the background. The official chop agreement, I believe, is $32,300 for Cenk and about $30,000 for Ricardo. If Ricardo wins, he will have won the most money. And that was the agreement that they came to. It is also part of the agreement that they have to play for money and the trophies that we see. We'll continue with heads up here. Cenk picking up the ace deuce of spades.
Playing for the glory.
Playing for money and glory.
Love of the game. That Borgata, that beautiful Borgata hotel trophy, the classic. And also,
We see an all-in and a call here.
We got a snap call? I did not see that from Cenk.
It went all-in, call, yeah.
Okay, I didn't see the snap. But yeah, Ricardo immediately all with the king, queen of hearts.
wow.
Called by the ace, deuce of spades. This could be quick without some help for Ricardo.
Queen in the window.
There's the help for Ricardo. The queen of clubs now going to need either running wheel cards or an ace. Well, there's got to be a sweat. Got to be a sweat.
There's a
an
runner.
Ace or a 4 for Cenk. We'll end this right away.
Does not find it, and
8 of
now we
hearts.
have a battle.
8 of hearts,
3.5.
the double for Ricardo. We're now
3.6,
close to
3.8.
even in chips, and this is going to be pretty deep. So we'll see how this is going to go. We're coming back to 100,000 small blind, 200,000 big blind with a big blind ante. We're 40 big blinds each coming back.
Just like that. Just like that, Ricardo's right in there.
One hand, one double up, and here we go.
We're going to see a lot more post-flop play now from these two.
Well, maybe.
The purple in the background is just so clean.
It's such a well done stage.
Yeah.
Yeah. I believe for yesterday's event they had cash on the table, no?
They did. I did not actually inspect if it was real cash, but it was up on the stand where the trophies were, and it looked like it was probably real.
That is so old school.
I want to play with like piles of cash on
Just
the table.
bricks.
Yeah.
Do you remember the main event
Oh,
had
God.
piles of money?
Back when it was that big too, and it would cover half the table.
Yeah, it would cover
Like,
half
you'd
the
be you'd
table.
only be playing in parts of the table because the cash would be covering so much of it.
And they had so many chips in front of them, like they didn't.
Yeah, they didn't color up
They didn't
anywhere near enough.
Ricardo with the ace, 8-deuce-0 on the button, elects to fold.
I don't know how many walks will get heads up, but 8 deuce is certainly one where I will give those walks.
Yeah, I think even with since it's a full big blind ante in there compared to online where it's generally 1/8 of a big blind being put in by each player, I think 8-deuce might get in there. I'm not 100% on this, but you might be full range. Just a lot of these weakish hands, you can just elect to limp, don't have to raise them. Take a
Cenk,
flop.
Not with a weakish hand here, with the ace 7.
Pretty strong hand.
Pretty strong heads up.
Just gonna limp. Be very interesting to see the styles heads up, because a lot of people choose different approaches. Some people choose very aggressive. Some people choose limping. We see Ricardo
Look at this.
raising with the queen 8 to 2.5 bigs.
Seems good. These are two players that I don't think are going to back down to each other. I think we're going to see some battles here post flop.
Ricardo picks up the queen as well. On the queen 6-3 flop, top pair for Ricardo. We'll see a c-bet after his pre-flop aggression. Quarter pot. I really, really like the quarter pot here with the queen, because you're going to keep all the king high, all the ace highs in with that.
Yep. Cenk does decide to continue here.
With backdoor straight draw as well for Cenk. 10 on the turn, not gonna change our current status. No draws come in for either either player. Top pair for Ricardo, ace high for Cenk. See what Ricardo chooses here with 1.8 million in the pot.
650.
Fixed to bet.
650, so just over a third pot, 35% or so.
Lucas, you're the heads-up master. What do you think of the sizing here on the turn?
No, he likes heads up. We don't need to necessarily refer to him as a heads up master.
I'm okay at heads up. I do like the double barrel. Not necessarily the size. I would like to see a little bit more polarization here on the turn.
I agree.
I think especially with a hand like ace king, ace jack, a lot of these hands that would like to double barrel. And also your stronger top pairs like ace queen really do like to see a maybe like a pot size bet. Start putting pressure on maybe a turn 10, a 6. Some of these pairs like 7s.
Here comes Cenk.
9s.
Cenk with the call with the ace 7.
Yeah. He's got 3 outs.
Might think he's ahead.
He might think he's ahead. I mean, yep, I would assume he thinks he's ahead here. There's a good chance of it.
8 of clubs on the river, 2 pair for Ricardo. Let's see what sizing he chooses, because I think it's just a matter of what size, not if.
925.
That's...
Ooh, a good little bleeder size. Again, a little bit over third pot, 40%. We've seen that similar size. You know, I think we saw it once as a bluff and now 2 or 3 times for value.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what...
It just feels relatively small.
I'm sorry. Sorry for you.
For me?
I think Cenk here is going to... Versus
you know,
the
if
size.
he doesn't believe him, like why? Like I can convince myself to pay someone off.
And they had that blind v blind hand before where Ricardo did bluff for like very small size on the river.
Yeah.
So.
You know, and to your point of sizing up, there's some people that like to keep that size, like the pot size, under control. If you feel you've got an edge on someone.
Yeah.
You're going to keep the pot size under control and just try and death by 1,000 cuts?
Some Phil Hellmuth poker, small ball poker, heads up.
Yeah. Death by 1,000 cuts. But if he was trying to do that, he probably would have just checked back the queen 8 pre-flop instead of raising the 5 bigs.
Maybe. He didn't go to 5 bigs. He went to 2.5.
He went to 2.5.
We're up to 100.
Pretty small, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Cenk does find the fold.
Gotta catch up over here.
Good fold. Good fold.
And I
Good
believe
fold,
Ricardo takes the chip lead with this.
Yep.
Ricardo does swing up over 9 million. I believe that will be his first chip lead of the day as well.
Psychologically, this is also, I think, heads up is very difficult psychologically because, you know, one double. I mean, we saw it, right? One double and he wins one pot, and now he takes the chip lead. In Cenk's shoes, it can be difficult to adjust psychologically.
It can.
So let's see how he deals with it here.
Chips can go back and forth nonstop when you're playing heads up. It's very...
You know, my goal with heads up is it just keeps funneling towards me. Yeah, that's the goal. Back and forth nonstop. I don't like the fourth or the back, whichever one is going to the opponent. That said, I don't get heads up very often.
Cenk here with the Jack 5. Comes in with the ISO, I believe for 550 he announced. Yeah, pretty small, 2.75. Big blinds here.
You know, we're at 40 effective or so when we're even. It's going to be very close, 35-40 big, something in that range. I do like keeping that under that 3.2. For me personally, again, I prefer kind of keeping that 2 to 2.8 range personally.
Yeah, there's a lot of strategies heads up. You can have a split strategy with your ISO sizings. There's hands that want to go bigger, like your ace king, that need a bit more protection compared to your pocket pairs, like let's say 8s, 7s, 9s, etc.
It's hard to make a pair.
350.
Those are pretty robust.
Hard to make a pair.
Which can go a bit smaller.
Ricardo betting here.
Cenk gonna come along. We have 2 million in the middle right now.
Cenk not going anywhere at that gutter. Overcard.
7 of clubs. Gut shot for Cenk. Queen high for Ricardo. Is ahead with the queen high. Quick check.
Back.
Ooh, interesting.
Ace on the river. I have a feeling Cenk will be taking a stab at this.
Yep.
He did ISO pre-flop, so he's more likely to have some of the aces. Ricardo just limp calling the button. Less likely to have top pair here.
I think a snap here works.
Ricardo betting out at the flop, checking the turn, now the ace coming through, really does line up for Cenk pretending to have the ace, saying, you know, claiming that he has the ace.
2 million.
Oh, wow,
he goes for pot.
Full pot.
Yeah.
And I imagine this should work just about every time against a specific hand.
Yep.
And it does. Well played, Cenk.
Well played.
And now Cenk should slide, not quite into the chip lead, right back even, as close to even as we'll get. Less than one big blind separates them.
$40 bigs is a nice number for heads-up battle. I mean, anything can happen. Stacks can go in. A lot of room for post-flop playability.
Ooh, fun hand for Cenk here. Really, really strong hand heads up with the ace-10.
Easy raise here, can limp as well. Just don't fold it.
Really, really curious to see if we get continued. Yep, Cenk limping. We saw this with the ace-queen from the small blind a number of times throughout the day. We've seen him now limp aces twice heads up, ace-7 to ace-10 in just a few hands.
What's up? Oh shit.
Okay, now we see the hands. We got to go limp check.
No mystery hand for Ricardo. Thank you for getting the sensor, please. Top for Cenk. 9-6 is good enough for second pair for Ricardo.
We are going to see some chips go in the middle here.
Yeah, dream flop for ace-10 here.
We are going to get the bet. Looks like 175.
Ricardo working with middle pair, backdoor straight draw here. Not going anywhere.
Not going anywhere.
Just a call. Do you guys think that a raise comes into play there at all, or are we at a point where just that one pair is good enough?
It's good to call.
I think it's fine to call. I think maybe some of the bottom pairs might prefer a bit more raise. Put a bit more pressure on some of the non-paired hands, or the pairs like 7s, 8s, 9s.
Jack of hearts in the turn. There is now a heart draw on board. No change in the current strength for our two players.
Yep. Cenk's hand's still good enough to go for another bet here.
It's like 2, maybe 350? 350 for Cenk. Ricardo now third pair.
Good enough price to continue.
Certainly. Brings a pretty sizable pot here. Now over 1.6 million in the pot.
River.
Oh.
Ace is 2 pair for Cenk.
Ace on the
now
river.
4th pair for Ricardo. And it is just overcard coming.
I'm going to guess the sizing here. I'm going to guess 1.2 million.
He went full pot last time.
He did. And then Ricardo likely folding. Let's see what he
I think I heard 1.2.
There we go.
Look at that. Look at that.
He gets
Look at that.
snapped off, and Ricardo sees the bad news.
Snapped by Ricardo. Big pot goes the way of Cenk Cerci.
I really don't like that snap. There's so much on that board.
Yeah,
But it's a weird triple barrel. Outside of like a Jack 10 or Ace 10 specifically, it's a weird triple barrel. So you're either ahead the whole time or you're way behind.
Yeah, that's the thing with heads up. Even though it is hard to make a pair, sometimes it can also be just as easy to get a bit too sticky with some of these bottom and middle pairs. And especially with the 9 there, blocking some potential straight draws that he might bluff, like Queen 9, King 9. Not a big fan of the call, but
you know,
then again, it's hard to make a pair.
But the triple barrel side of it too, like it's a really weird triple barrel with almost any hand except for like King Queen, any value hand, King Queen, Ace 10, maybe bottom set if he flopped bottom set and wasn't raising that.
Yeah.
You know, Ace 10, Ace Jack are the only other two candidates. There's a couple that are in there.
Yeah.
But there's so many more things. We saw him limp the Ace 7, like so many more things. Are they really going to triple barrel that?
We've seen Ricardo here click a hand, click King 5-0.
350.
Yeah, I figured he would do
Look
that.
at you coming around. Look at that. Look at that. We
Get
started
a few
off
beers in the
0
sky and he becomes a wizard.
There are
Every
no
time.
rules about having a beverage in the booth. So as we've had the last couple breaks, we grabbed a beer, and we're going to enjoy the short-handed heads-up conclusion here. Ricardo 3-bet to King 2
350, right?
for about a quarter of his stack.
And I imagine Cenk here just has a
Little less,
an
but
easy all-in here out of position.
An all-in would make sense here.
20, just what is that? Just over 20% of the stack, a little less than quarter.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, why does he have 400 in the middle? That's weird.
Oh. I put too much? Probably.
It
They could probably rerun it, right?
looks like some confusion around the stacks
Can I
and
see
the
your
chips
stack?
in the middle.
1, 2.
Imagine Cenk folds.
No chance.
No, of course not. A call would be weird, though.
Yeah, you really want to fold out equity.
We're figuring
Did he
out.
call?
They're figuring out the pot going.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh,
We do have
there
the
it
all
is.
in.
There
Yeah,
it is.
they were figuring out what was in the pot and what wasn't, and a quick fold from Ricardo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there was a little confusion about the ante size and the raise size in there. But a nice little chip up for Cenk Cerci as he climbs up over 11.5 million. Ricardo just under 4 or just over 4.7 million. So we continue here. Ricardo's still on about 24 big, so it's not like we're getting dangerously
Plenty
short
to
or
work
anything.
with.
Absolutely, plenty for whatever swings we may be in store for us here.
I really like the play there with the King Deuce offsuit.
I mean,
he just ran
you
into
called it right off the bat. We've seen that kind of hand for him before. We've seen him doing that, and you called it. And again, yeah, like it's a perfectly reasonable play. Just unfortunately ran into the tens and had to fold rather quickly.
Happy to start increasing my batting average here.
Hey, I mean, 2 for 2 since we've come back is not bad. Maybe we have a different heads-up master instead of Lucas over there.
Queen 3 suited on the button for Cenk. Decides just to complete, and Ricardo checking his option.
Wow!
What an
this.
action flop
What
that
is-
is.
Do you think we might get this in on the flop?
Check,
Check. No, we're not. Oh, jeez.
Picks up a pair.
So now we have top 2 for Ricardo, 7-6-2 on the flop, 2 diamonds. Cenk with the Queen 3 of diamonds has a pair of 3s and a diamond draw.
Curious about his sizing. So
Ricardo
he's been
just
going small,
pots.
but
Near pots, 83% pot.
yeah, Ricardo's been using a lot of the small size here, but now with top 2, with the flush draw out there, many straight draws out there, he does elect for a bigger size.
I think it's good sizing.
Yeah, I like this sizing. Just a little bit of a mix-up from what we've seen.
I think Cenk has an easy call here. I don't think there's, unless you guys disagree.
I don't think there's a reason for him to push his equity right now.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be behind a lot of the hands choosing that sizing. And he's going to get paid if he hits the queen, the 3, or the diamond, you would think.
Big river incoming here.
Balls here. This could determine it.
Oh, the 6 on the river is weird in that if Ricardo is doing that with some kind of combo draw, an 8-9 maybe, an 8-5, the pairing the board on the river might give Cenk a thought that he might be good.
Oh, he gets tricky here with the check. I mean, I think Cenk has just a check back, right? Do you think he's going to go for value?
I think he's going to go for, I think he might even size up. He might even size this up. We've seen Cenk size up the last couple. It's a very weird check back because you would think a lot of the missed draws.
Check. He gets the bad news.
Wow. What a great check back.
Yeah.
Like there's so many missed draws. Like if the guy's giving up, he's got showdown value with the 3, but we've seen him go for a lot of bets in those spots throughout the day. I mean, we saw with, I think it was the Jack 4, right? The Jack 4 was like the
lots of mergey type bets we've seen from him, but good check back by him, and
it's a good check back.
Yeah,
faded a big.
You
dodged the bullet.
You saw him kind of squint to see it, like almost like he didn't. Again, similar like shock and disbelief that we saw earlier on the call when when we saw the kind
Alex Alex
Yeah.
and Cenk.
Yeah, yeah.
Blind v blind. I believe King Jack. He got called by King Jack high.
Yeah, and it was kind of
He
a
had bottom
similar
pair.
like double check, like okay, not quite widows.
Big hand here for Ricardo on the button. Pocket
Oh wow,
jacks.
this
and the suited ace.
I mean, we might see this. We might see this get in, depending on how aggressive they want to get.
I would like to see a call at this stack depth.
We're at 26 bigs.
Yeah, he does raise. Now,
Ricardo limped, it looks like. So we're gonna get the
okay.
ISO from Cenk.
Yep, definitely. And
yeah,
once limp 2, raise is definitely appropriate with this hand, and he's
Very,
gonna
very reasonable.
1.550.
And we're gonna get the click that we just saw with the King Deuce. Now is gonna be with the Jacks.
Now he's got the value.
it's gonna be interesting to see how Cenk proceeds here.
I like call. I mean, do you
It's-
think jam is better, Lucas? Do you think
A
Smith?
suited ace. I like call personally. An offsuit ace, depending on your sizing, it's rip or fold. And it's just what do you believe, Ricardo or not?
Yeah, I think our kicker here is my biggest concern. I feel like a
Yeah.
lot of the click bluffs are going to contain a 6. He
Does he go
does
for it? He goes
go
for the
all
all-in.
in, and we have a call.
So Ricardo is going to be all in and at risk with pocket jacks. Cenk Cerci with ace-6 of diamonds behind right now, but any ace, diamond, or winning hand will bring the title and trophies to him. Clean flop for Ricardo, 10-9, 3,
Very
2
clean.
hearts, no hearts in either hand. 5 of hearts doesn't change anything. An ace and ace alone will
He's got
end
3
this.
outs. Not one of them.
Queen of diamonds, we will continue big double up, basically a flip in position right here.
3.25,
Ricardo now just up
4,
over 11 million.
4.5,
Cenk Cerci to just over 5 million. Big double up for Ricardo as we continue here, heads up
5.275.
in the Super Deep 6 Max Championship at the Borgata Spring Poker Open.
Again, I mean, chips
5.275.
flying all over the place, heads up and back and forth.
You know, it's interesting. I wonder how much the playing for the 2,500 in the trophy
5.75?
versus playing for a 13,000 is going to change any of this,
Yeah.
or is this just kind of getting into hands where we haven't really seen anything too crazy out of line? Maybe a little bit wide on the ace deuce when it was 20 bigs, maybe a little wide on the jam, but nothing crazy.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen anything too out of line from either player heads up. I think, especially heads up being a format that most players haven't seriously looked at, I think they've been playing just fine.
It's really the nature of the game. The
Yeah.
nature of just heads up is A6 suited, jacks, that's going to get in the middle for like 25 bigs sometimes. Or
Yeah.
You cannot play like a nit heads up. You can get away with playing like
You
a
can
nit
you
full
can
ring.
you can
like,
you can play very nitty heads up if you get smacked by the deck.
no, that's the only way. Otherwise, you're going to get run over, and
Especially with the big blind ante. You're
Yeah.
just bleeding a big blind every time.
you have to
Yeah.
fight. And they're both just fighting, and Cenk seems slightly annoyed at.
I mean, I would be slightly annoyed in that spot if I lost that.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
Yeah, you want to win. I want to win.
Got some people rooting for Ricardo in the chat. It's got some
Cenk
fans.
off of 25 and a half bigs here with the 7-5.
450.
Ricardo, thank you for using the card spot. I saw the couple times there trying to make sure that we get the reader in.
Raise here from Cenk on the button with the 7-5-0.
Interesting that we saw a lot of limps when he had a chip lead, and now
1.250.
raising when he's behind in chips.
150.
Ricardo going for the 3-bet here, facing the raise.
Queen 6 is the King 6, Queen 6, King 7, Queen 7,
Yeah.
right in that blend of hand sizing, hand strength that we like to see a lot of these.
They're just hands that really have good blocker properties, but also don't perform well post-flop. So they
And-
make for good 3-bets.
And also aren't always killed on equity against like a lot of the wheel aces. I think that's one of the biggest things right there is like, yeah, you're behind on a lot of those spots, But even if someone has like an ace-4, ace-5 suited and they might call behind, they might not decide to go for the next click.
Yeah.
You still fare okay against a lot of those hands.
It's true.
Yep.
Just looking through the chat here, just there is a deal that was made. We're not going to harp too much on that. We want to focus on the play as we are heads up. They are playing for money and the trophies. There's a $2,500 payout here for the winner of this heads up match, give or take. I think it's a little bit less than that.
Plus those 2 beautiful trophies.
Two incredibly beautiful trophies. One I would say sharp, and like we said, the BetMGM trophy is a sharp trophy that just looks good.
The
Borgata one also looks very solid, and it has the nostalgia that so many of us have felt from kind of our poker origins.
I think that's why we like it. We like it more than what it actually is. Like because
it is a very nice trophy. It's also a very clean and crisp trophy.
It is, but that extra nostalgia gives it that like oomph.
Aren't you like a baby? Aren't you like a like a youngin? So you don't really have that true nostalgia. You're just piggybacking off of us and like our nostalgia to rub it in our faces.
You look at pictures of people who won 2010. I don't know.
Action flop here. Top 2 for Ricardo. Bottom
600?
pair with a gut shot and backdoor hearts for Cenk.
Ricardo going, I think that was full pot. Ricardo going full pot on this.
Cenk with an easy continue here. Not much of a decision on the flop.
Yeah, we now have 1.8 million in the pot as we go to the turn.
Turns additional equity.
Wow.
What additional equity do we get with the turn there, Lucas? Please explain that to the viewers.
The bluffability equity.
There we go.
1.150.
We're going to go for about a 2/3 pot, just slightly under 2/3 here.
Saw Joey Ingram in the chat earlier. Gotta give him a shout out. I think we forgot to do that.
I think again, Cenk with the continue makes a lot of sense. Pair plus gut shot. Also, if hearts comes in, he could consider. His hand does make a good potential bluff candidate.
Yep. It's uncomfortable here on the turn for Cenk, but
I think very often, too often people get caught up with blockers and only wanting very high blockers to flush draws, but with wide ranges, you actually don't mind. You prefer having some of the lower stuff. But Cenk does elect to fold, and Ricardo takes down the pot.
As we saw, probably going to save him quite a few chips by making said fold.
More than likely.
And with that, Ricardo up to a what is that? About a 4-1, 3-1 chip lead.
3-1 chip lead, yeah.
80%, 75% of the chips.
Total switch. They've switched spots.
Ricardo,
start of this heads-up match.
12 million.
Yeah.
Cenk on 4 million in chips. Still 20 bigs though, so it's not like we're shallow yet. It's very much at a place where it could be open and then a rip over top.
Oh, for sure.
And we could very easily get it all in any individual hand.
Another maybe bad card distribution. What do you have? Oh wow, he folded 5-4-0 on the button.
Interesting.
That is.
I don't know that I'm
not a fold, but
I don't know that I'm gonna fault someone for that with the big blind ante with the 5-4-0 and the chip lead that he has of trying to find where at least the high card value is gonna be a little bit better. Like if he feels that he's got a pretty good edge, and I think going in based off of some of the conversations that we heard, I think Ricardo thinks he's got a good edge heads up.
Yeah.
Maybe you wanted to start those connectors just maybe that one pip or two higher.
I disagree. I think that the big blind ante accounts for so much. 4-5 is a very playable hand post flop. In my opinion, you have to play that.
Yeah, especially in position.
Yeah.
In position, you're going to realize equity better. You're going to be able to just c-bet more often, take down the pot. Playing out of position, is going to be a lot more challenging than in position.
Right.
It's the reason why you can play, even without a big blind ante, just normal online ante, you can play pretty wide on the button at the stack depth.
We get a limp check. Cenk limping with the queen 6. Ricardo checking the jack 7. 10-8-3 brings a gut shot for Ricardo. Cenk with the queen high is going to float, is going to peel his flop. We are going to see a turn here. 1.2 million in the pot. 7 on the turn brings a pair for Ricardo. A gut shot for Cenk, but unfortunately that gut shot is the bottom end of the same gut shot that Ricardo also covers on the higher end.
Again, we see Ricardo here with the smaller sizing, sort of protection type sizing.
You know, plenty of things that will float a flop there.
I wouldn't mind a raise from Cenk there.
I wouldn't have minded
I
that
thought it
at
would have
all.
been a really good raise.
The king on the river, no improvement for anybody. Cenk in position. We get a check here from Ricardo after the 2 barrels. I feel like if we're going to bet this, we have to size up again if we're going to go for a bluff, right? We want to be somewhere in like the 1.1 to 1.5 range, maybe.
Did you just say announce all in?
We might be going
This
for
is
the
a
overbet.
that
Almost
was
2x
overbet
pot
all in.
I love it.
Wow.
I really love
And
that.
Ricardo here has really interesting hands. Blocking some 2 pairs, blocking straights.
Blocking the nuts.
Yeah. This is an awesome play from Cenk, though.
Max pressure
I mean,
on exactly this type of holding.
4th pair after getting check call ripped on does not feel very good.
Especially when this type of hand might have side called, you know, a B67, B75 type of bet on the river.
Like, what does a king 9 do flop turn, right? A king 9 is going to call flop turn.
Yep.
And you back your way into the king.
Now the question is, can king 9 2x pot jam? Is it good enough
Probably
to 2x
not.
pot jam?
Probably just does better like with the B75 type sizing. I don't mind the split though with like a big size and then like an overbet jam.
A split makes sense here.
I mean, what about like a king 3? Like
for sure.
Like there's plenty of hands that could make this for value.
Yeah.
And then we'll get sneaky called by a 10, right? Like you're going to get called by many 10s.
Ricardo does find the fold there.
Great play.
Very, very fun hand there. Huge bluff by Cenk Cerci to chip back up a little bit and get himself back up over 5 million.
These players got some heart, you know, going for it. They want the title. Good heads-up play. $56 big blinds to 26. Both.
This
very
is
much
a
so
fun. This is like the fun heads-up depth, where it's deep enough for swings, for playability. Like we've been here for a while already, right? Like we've had a number of hands heads up. We've had a couple walks. We've had some 3-bets. We've had all-in pre and calls. We've had post-flop check raises. We've had all over bets. We've had a little bit of everything here, and we're still at a depth where it's all on the table. You can limp jam. You can raise, fold to blast. You might even get close. We're getting close at that 25 big. We saw right before the very first break.
100%. That's tough to do.
Flop dead. Ricardo with the jack high flush. Cenk with a 10 high, no backdoors, no pair, backdoor 3-4.
Luckily for Cenk, he doesn't catch
he just
any
has
piece of this board. And gets out of there.
But we're at a point where quite literally any hand is on the table, any play is on the table, every hand. We could be all in at any point. We can have some small ball stuff. People can get creative and still have room for flexibility.
These players keep you on your toes. These are the type of players that make you a little scared to go thin value on the river because you're always that lumen check raise, check jam type of play. Both these players have that in their arsenal, so makes for an exciting heads-up match.
Very interesting to see where this takes us at this depth. Ace, queen of spades. You know this one, don't you?
Third time. Let's see. Let's see if
the
Cenk finally finds the raise here with ace queen. He's limped both times.
He limped the ace queen off. Now he's got an ace queen suited, and he is going to just limp.
Eyzaguirre.
Ricardo with a 9-8.
Makes for a good check back here. I
Can
don't
check
see
back.
any reason.
Can ISO. Yeah, it's fine
Okay.
as an ISO.
You think so? I
Yeah.
would've checked it back.
These types of hands can do a bit of everything.
So we're going to go to, what is that, 3.5 bigs here? We're going to 700K.
Yeah, 3.5 bigs. Cenk
As Cenk facing 3.5x here off of 25 bigs.
finds the jam.
He's going to go all in. I was going to say,
okay.
I don't want to mess with this hand too much myself, personally.
I mean, jam is fine. I don't think you can go wrong. I think that if you want to 3-bet it, 4-bet, I guess. Would it be considered a 3-bet?
I think we're 3-betting this.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind a
Either
reclick
or.
just because you do induce from worse hands. If he does ISO ace 6-0 type hand, like an ace 6 of diamonds type hand, like we saw.
But I don't think we're getting too many induces off of this depth. I don't think we're going to get the click induce to something that's going to be too much worse. I think you're getting click induce to flips.
I mean,
But I think
maybe
if
an
you
ace
rip
deuce
that, you've got a
offsuit.
chance to get called by worse.
Also, hands like King Queen O that are going to for sure ISO for value, and then facing a jam have to fold, but facing a reclick.
Are they necessarily going to have to fold? We saw King Queen and Ace Deuce get all in at this depth. Yeah, I mean, I think it was maybe 21 instead of 24.
Action.
It was
though,
also an
facing
open jam.
Yeah. More action here. Ricardo raising his button now with the Queen 8 offsuit. Cenk with the King 6, a hand that can raise, can call. Decides to call this time. Gonna take a flop here.
9-3 deuce, 2 spades, no spades for either player. The king high for Cenk currently ahead. Ricardo with the pre-flop razor. Action is checked to him. Looks like 325 was that? 525. I missed some whites in the hand there.
Wow.
Right
Half
around
pot.
half pot bet. I like this bigger size on this 9 high flop. Gonna be hard for Cenk here to peel. Let's see what he does though.
It's going to be difficult. There's just the continue
without a spade in hand as well.
There is a backdoor straight, but it's not much of a backdoor draw.
You want to continue because you have king high heads up, but the properties of this hand and being out of position just makes it really difficult to continue.
Yeah.
And also, not a hand you want to raise because there is a lack of backdoor properties outside of that 1-over card. I would much rather
However,
have
a raise would work in this instance.
It
you
would.
think.
It would. Well,
you would
who
think.
knows? Maybe.
You would think. You would.
With these two guys
we don't
out
have
there.
to worry about that. We get the fold. Ricardo will chip up a little bit. Cenk right down to about 5 mil again, right on that 25 big blind mark. As we continue the heads-up battle here in the super deep 6 max at the Borgata Spring Poker Open, powered by BetMGM Poker.
Look at Ricardo's chain. Thing's pretty intimidating. Not the haircut, but the beard and the chain. They're definitely intimidating.
The haircut. I've seen a few different comments, and like I don't want to be rude. Like it's like I don't know. I don't know Ricardo, so I'll hold off on my commentary. I live out a little bit west of Philadelphia, and a little bit west of me. I might see similar haircuts.
I believe Ricardo. I played with Ricardo in the night flight. He had heaps of chips. He didn't stack me though, so I take pride in that.
It's a very strong beard too, though.
It's a strong beard. It's a strong beard.
We have a limp check here. The ace-5 for Ricardo, 8-5 for Cenk. The king-queen deuce, no pair for anybody. Ace-high for Ricardo is good, but it looks like Cenk was looking at chips like he's going to make a bet. And I believe that was 275, maybe 300. 275, just shy of half pot.
Ricardo with ace high very often is going to have the best hand here. Backdoor wheel draw, backdoor Broadway draw.
Going to make the call. 10 of spades on the turn, no flush draws, complete rainbow board, a Broadway draw for Ricardo. Cenk 8 high, position, and betting chips. 625, 725, something in that range.
And with the guts to keep barreling, Ricardo is going to have a hard time here.
Yeah, continuing.
725 is a really good size here.
It's these turn calls, yeah.
Wow, that's a very quick decision, a very quick call from Ricardo here.
It's on these turns where you figure out how a player plays heads up and how sticky they're willing to be. And Ricardo obviously not afraid with ace high, coming to a river now. Bricks out.
Can Cenk find? Sorry to cut you off.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Can Cenk find the triple here? This is, I mean, he's bare bottom of range.
1.5 pot jam.
And he goes for it.
He goes not quite pot. What do we got? What's that, like 60% pot?
And it's just, it's just not a calling hand here for Ricardo.
80% pot.
I can't imagine.
Wow.
Snaps it off. What a call.
Great call.
What a call from Ricardo with the ace high. Ricardo now
commanding
can
chip
see the
lead
finish
now.
line. 14.5 million chips for Ricardo. Cenk down to 1.8 million, just over 9 bigs.
Cenk looks pretty upset about that.
If he can't get ace high to fold,
I love the attempt.
Thank you, bro.
Ricardo fearless, man. Ricardo was fearless.
They
both were fearless.
Looks like he had his mind made up already.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't think there was a number he was folding to. I think he's calling a rip up at that point.
I want like a rewind on that call so I can see the board again. It's tough. I mean, I think Cenk played the hand great too, and that's the tough part. That was one that the only way he's going to ever win that hand is with the bet. Once he starts it, and the sizings he chose, if you're going to tell a story, it added up. He just didn't believe him. Yeah, he just didn't believe him.
Cenk is now going to likely have to win a flip of some sort to
still in it,
get himself back into a spot where he has some playability.
I've been in Cenk's shoes before, not playing for.
I've been in Ricardo's shoes before and lost many times.
Yeah. It's
not
Cenk's
over.
Frustrated.
No.
I mean, I know how it feels to be in this spot. Just
it's a swingy game. It's definitely not over.
Ricardo gonna push this all in with the ace-6.
Easy shove and
a fold.
So unfortunate.
Ooh, and
he goes
just
for
gonna
it.
say screw it. Let's go with it. We got a suited
let's
5-4.
gamble.
Does the big blind ante make it different there? Because he's got.
I mean, he's in for 2 bigs out of 7, so
he's got 6.5 effective. Still, I mean, you got 5 high.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but he's
but it's
suited.
a suited 5 high.
I think you might have to just go for it.
Ricardo with an ace-6 of hearts ahead. Cenk all in and behind with the 5-4 of clubs.
Good luck, sir.
The 6 on the flop for Ricardo. It's going to be very tough for Cenk to come back. We need some running cards for Cenk.
There's a runner.
One of them. There's one of them. 4 of hearts.
Can he find it on the river here?
Non-heart 5 or 4.
Nope.
3 of clubs is going to end it. Ricardo.
Eyzaguirre.
Eyzaguirre. Close enough for me. Is going to take down the Borgata Spring Poker Opens Super Deep 6 Max title with the ace-6 of hearts.
That's got to feel good.
Big congratulations to Ricardo from all of us.
Big congratulations. Incredibly well played. We saw a lot of real fun aggression. Even a couple of times when it was at the wrong time, it was still good aggression and the types of hands that you would want to see a lot of it from.
He picked his spots very well.
Yep.
Played fearless heads up.
Did very well to keep himself out of trouble early on with the big stacks on his left. And it is going to walk away with about almost $33,000 and the 2 trophies that we see on the table for his efforts this week. Again, huge congratulations to Ricardo. Congratulations to everybody that made the final table here. Christopher, Mike, Bob, Alex, Cenk, and of course Ricardo, the champion of the Super Deep 6 Max here at the Borgata Spring Poker Open powered by BetMGM Poker in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Again, I'm Matt McNeil, Whitesmith or the Blacksmith, with Justin
A.K.A.
Kuehler?
Violence
to the online community. And, Lucas Bernoulli, a.k.a. El Boya, and a bunch of other names to the online community as well. And the Uncapped Poker Podcast, thank you guys for popping on. Sorry we didn't lose you guys as commentators for being on the final table this time. And we'll be back with some cash streams over the weekend, I believe. There's the almighty, $500 almighty stack buy-in going on right now. Still day one flights. We'll be back with the final table of that for Monday. And then the next tournament after that will be the main, for stream, will be the main event of days 2, 3, and 4 next Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I believe some cash stream on Tuesday night as well as we continue again in the Spring Poker Open down here at the Borgata. Thank you, everybody, for joining in. Gentlemen, any last thoughts before we head out?
Thank you for having us on. It was a blast commentating this FT. It was a fun group of guys. We got to see some great poker play today. And hope to be back on the FT next time.
Yeah, thank you to the MGM team, to you, and everybody having us, and the people watching in the chat. Very grateful to be able to do something like this, and yeah.
Thank you, BetMGM Borgata, and congratulations again to Ricardo
Eyzaguirre
on the championship, and we'll catch you guys soon.
All right, thanks, guys.
See ya.